Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to City Council Chambers. We can feel the energy in the room, which is exciting, and we are ready to get started. Ms. Bryan?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the presentation of the Mayor's proclamations. We begin this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance. And to lead us, we have students from Presa Elementary School at the invitation of City Representative Lily Limon. This morning we have Ashton Buzani, Ezekiel Cuevas, Ivan Delgado, Melody Flores, Felicitas Lopez, Jonathan Marufo, Oakley Torres, and Naya Uribe. That brings us to the mayor's proclamations. For those of you receiving your proclamation, your group will have up to 6 minutes collectively to speak at the podium and receive your proclamation. The first proclamation is In Her Element Foundation, Hispanic Heritage Month, Si Se Puede.
And Rep. Chavez says they're coming up, right? I just want to let the public know that, flu season is approaching, and for those of you that would like a free flu shot, we're giving them away upstairs today. So if you want to get a flu shot, upstairs today at City Hall.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Ladies from In Her Element, if you could please come up.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm excited to kick off Hispanic Heritage Month. In Her Element Foundation is a great organization that empowers Latinas, and in the city of El Paso, I happened to participate in a program they had, a mentorship program actually for our youth. So this, a few years ago, I was a mentor for a high school student here in our community, and it was a great experience, so I encourage others to do the same. So the proclamation reads, whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is a time to honor the history, culture, leadership, and countless contributions of Hispanic and Latino communities to our nation and our region. And whereas In Her Element Foundation is dedicated to advancing the social and economic power of underserved communities by creating pathways to leadership through civic engagement, professional development, and access to opportunities. And whereas the foundation commemorates Hispanic Heritage Month through its annual Si Se Puede conference, a gathering that empowers, educates, and inspires individuals across the Borderplex region to step fully into their potential personally, professionally, and politically. And whereas this year's conference, held on October 15th, 2025, with the theme Latinas en Acción, A Call to Serve, will showcase the leadership of local changemakers from nonprofits, governments, public safety, and elected office who embody service to community and inspire others to lead. And whereas In Her Element Foundation's Si Se Puede conference reflects resilience, leadership, and the vital role Latinas play in strengthening our communities and shaping the future. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso, recognizing September as Si Se Puede Month in honor of the leadership, service, and contributions of Latinas and the entire Hispanic community. Signed by the Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jasmine Ortega, and I stand here with one of the board members.
Mary Trejo.
Good morning.
I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to be here today, and what a most wonderful day to be here than on the Mexican Revolution Day, Independence Day. And I want to say a little bit about my journey with In Her Element Foundation. I was part of this organization starting last year, and I have been paired with a woman that is an amazing leader here in our community, Connie Flores. She is a lawyer. She was my mentor for the full year that I was in Her Element Foundation, and we're going to be celebrating our graduation on October 15th and at the event that we're going to be having. I was not only paired with this incredible person, but she was not only a mentor, but also a supportive ear who empowered me in every step and endeavors that I have as a financial professional and a dance artist entrepreneur. Her encouragement reminded me that thriving is not something we do alone. It's something that we achieve when others believe and walk beside us. That's what this opportunity of In Her Element Foundation has given other women from different backgrounds to be paired with mentors that are going to be sharing not only their experience, but seeing us as humans that we want to make sure that we each strive with each other. Thanks to this partnership, I felt more confident and equipped to build both my business and my creative vision. I am deeply grateful for the empowerment and the community that In Her Element Foundation has provided for me and other women in this program.
Congratulations.
I just want to say that I haven't been as involved, professionally with the group, but I've seen so many good things come from it. All these wonderful women that her element and has inspired. When I was in the business world, it wasn't available to me. So it's a wonderful experience to be part of it, and I hope that more women will get involved and help the Hispanic community to grow, because we have so much to offer. Us abuelitas, you can stand on our shoulders and go from there.
Oh, very nice. Thank you. Representative Trejo?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to these wonderful ladies who are standing here today. You know, what is a mentor? A mentor is someone who sees the best in you and wants you to help you through those challenges in life. And a mentor is not just, it's not an age thing. It's someone who sees the best in you and wants to help. And I appreciate these ladies for being here. We had a few other ladies that were gonna come, and they got stuck in traffic. But I appreciate you all coming here. This is a day to celebrate. Have a good one. Take care.
All right, so I got a question. So the conference on October 15th, where is it at, what time, and all that good stuff? Oh,
It's on October the 15th from 9 to 12.
okay, 9 to 12, and where?
Yes. That is going to be at the Starlight.
Very good. And do you guys know who the keynote speaker is this year? I think before you had someone from Magenta Tequila. Yeah, you had someone speak before? Okay.
So the speakers that have been part of this have been the owner, one of the co-owners of Magenta Tequila from Mexico.
Right.
We've also had Richard Montañez, who was helped create Hot Cheetos. And so we've had very good keynote speakers.
Very
that have
good.
been part of this.
Very good. Well, we want to say thank you guys for inspiring so many Latinas across our region and across El Paso to reach their full potential. So thank you guys for all that you're doing, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
That brings us to the next proclamation, which is Community en Acción, 15th anniversary. If we can get the honorees to please come up to the podium for Community en Acción.
Good morning.
And the proclamation reads, whereas Community en Acción's mission statement is to mobilize leaders to impact economic and social equity, educational opportunities, and cultural appreciation. And whereas Community en Acción was established in 2010, organized in 2011 as a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and celebrating its 15th anniversary. And whereas Community en Acción's recent programs have awarded scholarships to area students, spearheaded the completion of the Men of Company E monument that honors the memory of brave men of El Paso who sacrificed their lives during World War II, conducts a Young Achievers Forum, YAF, in partnership with the University of Texas at El Paso, and touches the lives of thousands of students from area schools, encouraging them to continue their education beyond high school. And whereas Community en Acción's Latino Legacy Award recognizes individuals who left a legacy worthy of recognition at the highest levels. And whereas Community en Acción has named Richard Castro as a recipient of the 2025 Latino Legacy Award recipient, in recognition of a visionary leader whose legacy of entrepreneurial success, civic engagement, and unwavering dedication to empowering others has shaped lives, strengthened communities, and inspired generations. And whereas on September 20th, 2025, Community en Acción recognized this exceptional member of our community at the Paso del Norte Hotel in El Paso, Texas. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso, congratulating Richard Castro and encouraging our community to join in honoring and celebrating the lives and accomplishments of the 2025 Latino Legacy Award recipient. Signed by our Honorable Mayor, Renard Johnson.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm Ana Aleman, Executive Director of Community en Acción. And on behalf of our organization, I want to thank Mayor Johnson and the entire council for this meaningful recognition. This year marks our CEA's 15th anniversary, and in celebration, we are proud to recognize our founder, Dr. Richard A. Castro, as the 2025 Latino Legacy Award recipient. Richard is a visionary entrepreneur and philanthropist. He acquired his first McDonald's at Hawkins at I-10, and through grit, determination, and a deep love for his community, grew it into a regional enterprise employing more than 2,000 people across El Paso, Texas, West Texas, and southern New Mexico. But Richard's impact goes far beyond business. He has been recognized nationally and locally, from Hispanic Businessman of the Year by the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, to El Pasoan of the Year, to the Fred L. Turner Golden Art Award, and most recently as Honorary Doctor of Humane Letters. With his support, CEA has launched the Young Achievers Forum, inspiring thousands of sixth graders and their families to pursue higher education. He helped underwrite cultural exhibits like Magnificent Mexico and Metaphors of the Barrio. Established scholarships for students and families impacted by the August 3rd tragedy. Commissioned a monument honoring the men of Company E. Premiered culturally significant films like Bless Me Ultima, and created the very celebration we will hold on September 20th, the Latino Legacy Awards. What many don't know is that for more than 40 years, Richard has quietly invested in his employees' futures, hiring certified teachers to provide English and GED instruction on the job, and mentoring future leaders so they can advance within the business or pursue other successes. Richard, thank you for your vision, your generosity, and your steadfast commitment to our community. We are deeply grateful for you.
Good morning, Richard.
Good morning, and good morning, Mayor, and good morning, City Council. First of all, thank you for the recognition and the proclamation. It's very much appreciated. Obviously, I'm going to share this with our CEA members as well as our CEA leaders, as they have worked diligently over the last 15 years to rise CEA to one of the most influential and credible organizations in the city. And as you all know, that is not done easily, and it doesn't just happen. It takes a lot of work, a lot of commitment, and a lot of effort from a lot of people. We've had a host of great presidents and leaders and board members that have donated of their time, their resources, in order to allow CEA to get involved at the level that it has gotten involved and sponsor a lot of these projects. I've been fortunate to be able to be part of that program and assist with a lot of our projects. But as you all know, no man is an island, and it takes a team to create something that's going to last. And in order for something to last, you got to have people that are committed to making it happen. As I was listening to Ana, our executive director, talk about some of my accomplishments, which I never think about. You know, a lot of these things just happen, and I thank everyone that has been involved in those recognitions for me over the years, but I just do things. And I think that a lot of people that are in a leadership position don't do it thinking, I'm going to be recognized if I do this or I do that. You know, thoughts come to my mind, and I put them in motion, and then work diligently in order to try to make those things happen. So again, I'm thankful for all the recognitions that I've received over the years. It's been a blessing. It's very proud to have had those opportunities, and I am very proud of the people that make up Community en Acción, and we have a number of them here today. I would like for them to stand up and be recognized, because none of this could be done without all these individuals. And once again, Mayor and City Council, thank you all for everything that you all do. You're in a tough situation. I've been there, not as an elected official, but as a city administrator for a number of years in a different community. And you know, I know what the city manager and the city staff and what you all go through on a daily basis. And elected officials are the ones that get the blunt of it, because the city administrators are protected by you all. But again, thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Richard. Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ana, for bringing this proclamation forward to City Council. It's an honor to honor you today. And Mr. Castro, you know, many times success is defined by what we've achieved, but you have redefined success by bringing others along with you. And I think that's very honorable of you, and we thank you for your contribution to our community, especially to education, which I know empowers people and, you know, builds the next generation of what we need in our community in terms of service and talent and everything else. So thank you for all that you do for El Paso. We appreciate you very much.
Yeah, and my friend and Ana, it's good to see both of you here. And you know, it's hard to believe that Community en Acción is 15 years old. It seems like you just started yesterday with this. And you said that, you know, you're proud of what you've done, but this city is so proud of everything that you've accomplished. Richard, you know, we want to thank you for improving the lives of so many Latinos in our community through education, culture, economic opportunity, and so much more. The Young Achievers that you guys have, the speaker series that you do. There's so much that you guys do that we would be here the entire city council meeting discussing all the good that you do for this region. But all we can say on behalf of the city and the community is thank you, and keep up the excellent work, and congratulations on your award, and thank you for all that you're doing for El Paso. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. I will tell you that my ultimate passion is education and youth programs, because obviously that's where the future is. And I've got to give recognition and thanks to my abuelita, because she's the one that got it all started when she founded her escuelita in the front of her house with a vision of providing education to all the kids in the barrio. And we lived across the driveway from her. So as a toddler, in the mornings I would wake up and go across and to her escuelita. So from a very young age, I was exposed to the classroom and to the education and to the constant consejos of focus on education and what education can do for you. And we want you to get a degree because we want you to have a better life than what we were able to. And that's a common theme among parents and among abuelitos and relatives for their kids, as they want them to be more successful than they were and to have a better life than they did. And obviously, it goes back to always to family, parents, and also in my case, my abuelita, which was a great role model.
Very
Thank
good. Representative Limon?
Thank you, Mayor. Richard, I'm so glad you brought that up. I think that's one of your highlights in your career, the documentary of La Escuelita. It is fabulous, and it tells such a beautiful story, and it really goes to show where your roots are from and the center. I'm real happy that you opened your first McDonald's on the east side, but now you're spread out all over. And I think one of the nicest things is that you've established a very successful business, and your two sons have taken the same direction, DJ and Vince, all of them continuing that growth from little kids busting tables at that first McDonald's. So I look at them now and I think, wow, these little kids were running around with my daughter in grade school, and now they're just tremendously successful young businessmen. Thank you for all that you've done for our community, Richard. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Limon. Lily and I go back many, many, many years to our school days when my son Vince was a youngster and her daughter was also a young lady. And they not only participated in the classroom, but they also participated in folklorico. And Lily's daughter was the tallest, and my son was the tallest, so they would always pair the two.
Representative Nino?
Thank you, Mayor, and Mr. Castro, congratulations. One of my favorite quotes is, "We lift by lifting others," and I'm grateful for all the work that you have done in ensuring that you always bring your community with you. So I just wanted to, echo everything that the council has said, and thank you for all your leadership.
Thank you,
Yep.
Councilwoman Nino.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next proclamation is Lincoln Park Day.
Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we have there we go. And I will start again by Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas, I'm going to let him put up his, thank you, Hector. So I'm going to read the proclamation. If IT can put the slide on the projector. There we go. I don't know if you want to turn it, Hector, so that they can see the... There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Whereas the Lincoln Park Conservation Committee, LPCC, seeks to promote Lincoln Park as the nexus of the Latino community in El Paso and as El Corazón del Paso, and whereas the LPCC works to accomplish this purpose through community advocacy, the creation and maintenance of community murals, the annual Lincoln Park Day event, and through other community-centered projects. And whereas the LPCC seeks to model itself after Chicano Park Steering Committee in San Diego, California. And whereas the LPCC sponsors an annual event called Lincoln Park Day that was first organized at Lincoln Park in 2005 by Latin Pride Car Club. The annual event draws hundreds of exhibitors locally and from across the United States, and is free and open to the public. And whereas the Lincoln Park Day event is one of the foremost cultural tourism events in the region, which honors its history and cultural heritage of El Paso's Chicano narrative. And whereas the community impact of this event is not only to inspire and motivate children and young people, but also to give them an avenue where their talents can be exhibited and showcased at a positive event. And whereas the vitality of a community depends in large measure on the vision and dedication of concerned residents, and through their endeavors, the members of the LPCC are helping to improve the quality of life in El Paso. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that September 21st, 2025 shall be known as Lincoln Park Day, signed by the Honorable Mayor Renard Johnson.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'd like to thank you all for the recognizing and having the proclamation to recognize Lincoln Park Day for its significance and its importance here in the community. The Lincoln Park Conservation Committee is hosting the annual Lincoln Park Day this year, and we're celebrating the 21st annual, 21 years of celebration of the Mexican-American indigenous Chicano culture, the history, and the traditions of our community. This year's event is considered one of El Paso's premier cultural events, and we will be dedicating 2 new murals to the over 50 that exist in the park, the iconic murals that serve as a tourism draw and many other things here in El Paso. We will be having the Gaspar Enriquez honor mural painted by Tino Ortega, along with the Casandro El Luchador El Exótico. He also has a mural also painted by Tino. So those are 2 new murals that will be unveiled at the event, along with Danza Azteca, the Matachin, La Procesión de Matachines. We have live music with Eddie and the Cruisers, the oldies but goodies. We have Ballet Folclórico, Paso del Norte, with Maestro Rodolfo Hernandez, who directs that. And this year we'll have Chicano Park Steering Committee from San Diego, who brings in the mobile museum to celebrate the history of their park and to be partners with us in our park. So again, I'd like to invite the public, I'd like to invite everybody, Mayor, Council, to join us this Sunday at Lincoln Park and to just celebrate our community and to experience it for yourself. I'd like to, at this time, introduce one of our talented Chicano mural artists who has painted 16 out of the over 50 murals that are at the park. So he's very influential there at the park. I'd like to bring Mr. Gabriel Gaitan forward.
Good morning.
Thank you, Hector. Good morning, buenos dias, Mayor and City Council. On behalf of the Lincoln Park Conservation Committee, gracias, thank you. El grito de Dolores, Viva Mexico. Today we commemorate the Mexican independence from Spain. We invite you to join us in celebrating Mexican-American Heritage Month this Sunday at Lincoln Park Day. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you guys so much. I mean, 21 years of an incredible event, and it is truly an event for the family. You have food vendors, you have cars, you have music, you have a lot of fun. But this certainly aligns with one of my pillars of economic development. You have exhibitors coming not only locally but from around the country that are staying in our hotels, eating at our restaurants. So continue doing what you're doing. And again, this is a family fun event for everyone to come out. And it's Sunday. Give us the times again, Hector.
Sunday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And there's a schedule of events you can find on Facebook, and it'll describe everything, all the events that happen throughout the day.
Okay. Congratulations on 21 years, and let's do another 21 years.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Thank you.
Representative Rocha?
Thank you, Mayor, and Hector and Gabriel. Thank you guys for coming out here today. We're not done with you yet, okay? We're going to take a picture, but but I do encourage everybody to go out to this event. If you haven't gone out, it is really a prime cultural event for the Mexican Americans, the Chicanos, the Latinos, however you identify yourself as. It is one of the best events that I've been going to now for probably almost the 21 years. And so something that's so important here is that you have all these guys that are out there, and girls now, that own their vehicles, that own their cars, and there's so much pride in everything that they have. And I think that's the most important piece, is that you can feel the pride when you're at this park and at this event. So I encourage everybody to join myself and Rep Limon. I know you'll be there with Hector and Gabriel and the team at Lincoln Park this Sunday, and really looking forward to seeing the new murals that you all have. So thank you all for coming out here, and congrats on the proclamation.
Thank you.
And the final proclamation is Edgar Scissor Hands Day.
I
Representative
did the same thing.
Brocha?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know he's got his fan club here. So everybody come on up.
Let's bring him up.
Everybody come on up. This is a family affair.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming up. I'm going to read your proclamation, and then you all will get a chance to speak. Whereas Edgar Guerrero, known to many as Edgar Scissorhands, is a talented and dedicated barber whose life journey reflects resilience and a deep commitment to his community. Born in Juarez, Mexico, raised in California, and later returning to El Paso to pursue his passion for barbering and to give back to the community he now calls home. Edgar began cutting hair in 1999 at the age of 17, quickly demonstrating his skill and dedication, and earned his professional barber license in 2000. And whereas in 2021, Edgar began offering sensory-friendly haircuts, providing a safe and comfortable experience for autistic children and individuals with disabilities. And whereas in 2022, Edgar began working at the Gentleman's Barbershop by Bisuet. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Located at 14701 Marvin Lane, where he deepened his dedication to serving the autism community by expanding his sensory-friendly haircut services. And whereas since 2022, Edgar has partnered with various nonprofits supporting people with disabilities, including Autism Hope El Paso and the Autism Society Texas at El Paso, creating a safe, welcoming, and sensory-friendly environment for children and individuals with autism to receive haircuts. And whereas Edgar is recognized as the only local barber in El Paso who specializes in serving individuals with disabilities, demonstrating exceptional generosity, dedication, and support for the autism community. And whereas Edgar's efforts have made a lasting impact and earned him the gratitude of families and organizations across our city for his compassion, inclusion initiatives, and commitment to care. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Mayor and Council of the City of El Paso that September 16th, 2025 shall be known as Edgar Scissorhands Day. Signed by the Honorable Mayor, Renard Johnson.
Good morning, Edgar.
Good morning, good morning. I just want to say thank you, Mayor, thank you, Council. I had a speech, I practiced it till 2 in the morning, I forgot it. I'm just nervous, I hate public speaking, but I just do it for the haircut. I love cutting hair, I just see a haircut, that's all I see. Helping these kids out, seeing the smile on their face, teary-eyed, sorry. It's a blessing to me. My family's here, they put up with me working 7 days a week. It's hard, but I'm here to do it as long as I can. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Edgar, so quick, what part of California are you from?
Los Angeles.
I noticed the Dodger.
go
the
Dodgers.
Yeah, I saw the Dodger hat there, yeah.
Go Dodgers.
Yeah. But Edgar, do they want to introduce themselves, some of the family members?
I guess that's my in-laws, my father-in-law, my mother-in-law, my brother from another mother, Justin, and my niece, my son Eric, Milo, Presley, my son Jace, my fiance, her grandma, and my parents.
Wow.
Yeah. Let me do you. Come on, David.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson and
Good
Johnson and members of City Council. My name is David Serrano, and I want to say thank you to my barber, Edgar. I have autism and a sensory processing disorder, and getting haircuts has always been really hard for me. I couldn't really do it at any other place, but Edgar is the only person who's made me feel calm and safe. He takes his time, he listens to me, he makes sure I'm comfortable, and it's not just a haircut, it's a big deal for me. I'm really happy he's getting recognized today, and he really does deserve it.
Oh.
That's why I do it for kids
Yeah.
like that. That's payment enough and gratitude enough from that.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson and members of City Council. I'm Diana Serrano. I'm David's mother. For years, haircuts were a source of stress and fear for our family because of David's sensory challenges. But Edgar changed that. We stopped being kicked out of other haircut places. No names will be mentioned. But we were kicked out of so many places. But Edgar has been the first barber who has truly understood David and what David needed as well. Patience, calm, and especially kindness. Edgar creates a space where my son can feel safe, and it has made a huge difference in our lives. It may seem small to some, but for us, it's really life-changing. We're so grateful for him, and I'm proud to see Edgar honored today. Thank you.
Well, Edgar, we can see firsthand on David the fade work that you've done.
Yeah,
you
he
did
just came in last night for a haircut.
Yeah.
I had to stay an hour late just for him last night. So yeah, we're good.
You,
He looks good.
you did a good job. And you know, knowing that getting data for kids, especially in this region that have autism, we know that 1 in 31 kids across the United States around the age of 8 have autism. And in El Paso, that would put the numbers right around 5,000 to 7,000 kids that are suffering from autism in our county. But you know, we cannot thank you enough, Edgar. I don't know if you know the impact that you're having on this community.
I do know.
And we can't thank you enough for what you're doing for kids with disabilities, the sensory work that you're doing, because to have you in El Paso is a blessing. And we are so glad to have you, and we just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was blinded to autism. I don't know what it was. My nephew was diagnosed with autism. That's why I started this. When I introduced it to Autism Hope and Autism of El Paso, I didn't know how big this world was, and it was just a world within a world. And it's a blessing. It's a blessing.
Yes.
I love these kids. It's awesome to see these kids get a haircut while they're screaming and crying, and the parents like, wow, he got a haircut. Cool.
Yeah.
You know, that's joy enough. I love it. I love what I do.
Well, know that we're here too. We're behind you, and we're standing with you guys. And anything we could do to support you and help you, we're here for you.
Thank you.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Trejo.
I hear you saying it's a blessing, and you just want to say you're a blessing. Thank you for all you do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Edgar. We're going to take some pictures now. Well, Ms. Prine, I think that brings us to the end of the proclamations, huh?
Yes, sir. We're on pause for a couple minutes.
Okay, we're on pause for a few minutes. Good morning again, everyone, and Ms. Prime, we are ready to go to work.
Yes, sir. Good morning. This is a meeting of the El Paso City Council for Tuesday, September 16th, 2025. Mayor Johnson is present and presiding in council chambers along with Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, Representative Maldonado Rocha, Representative Boyer Trejo, Representative Nino, Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Piero, and Representative Limon. It is 10:01 a.m. Will everyone please silence their electronic devices so as not to disturb the meeting and rise for the invocation delivered by El Paso Police Senior Chaplain David Mayfield.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson,
Morning.
Council. Thank you again for allowing me the privilege of praying for this body and for our city. And that being said, I invite those present to join me as I pray. Gracious and sovereign God, we gather this day in gratitude for the gift of community and for the calling of public service. We ask your blessing upon the leaders of this city council, entrusted with the responsibility of guiding El Paso toward peace, justice, and prosperity. Grant them the heart of servant leaders, leaders who listen before they speak, who seek understanding before making judgment, and who place the needs of the people above their own. May their work reflect humility, wisdom, and courage as they strive to serve not only with authority, but with compassion. Bless their deliberations this day, that their decisions may foster unity, strengthen the bonds of neighborliness, and honor the dignity of every resident of this city. And may we all be reminded that true greatness is found not in being served, but in serving one another. And we pray all of this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain Mayfield. And for the record, Representative Canales arrived at 10:03 a.m. That brings us to public comment on the consent and regular items. This morning we have Ms. Turner who signed up to speak on item 13.
Okay.
And item 13 is a notation of discretionary fund expenditures and P-card transactions for the period of July 21st through August 20th for mayor, council representative, city attorney's office, and city manager's office and staff. Good morning, Ms. Turner. You signed up for item 13?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
I wholeheartedly object to City Manager's office having anything to do with this. This belongs in the hands of your internal auditor. But it's basically like the bank manager comes out at the end of the day, the bank robber standing at the door, bank manager locks the door, bank manager gives the keys and the codes and combinations to the safe, and they go home. There's nothing to smile about, Mayor. This is serious work. We saw what happened with the last council. Council members misusing public funds. The internal auditor caught it. The internal auditor caught, you know what? If it lies in the hands of the city manager, it can get covered up. And I don't want that. I don't want my city manager in that position. I don't want you all in that position. I want the internal auditor doing this. I don't want it in the hands of the city manager's office. I don't want them dealing with it because they can be intimidated with their job, and I don't want it to happen that way. I was against this when you brought it forward. I'm still against this. I'm going to ask that you reconsider it and change your methods. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Turner also signed up to speak on item 18, and this is the introduction of an ordinance amending Title 20 to include no-impact home businesses as an exception to home occupation licensing requirements.
I don't like businesses in neighborhoods. The people that live in the neighborhoods don't like businesses in them either. It increases traffic. You've got problems with Airbnbs. You got people having parties dirty in the neighborhood, people who leave. it's just an unhealthy environment. I know you're trying to do things in accordance with state law. But I can't speak for anybody in the neighborhood, but I think they would want their neighborhoods to be safe. I think they want their neighborhoods not to have businesses in them. And if they're allowed to under state law, that your regulations are tight, and I mean super tight. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. That brings us to call to the public. The El Paso City Council is a local government body charged with serving the citizens, and the meetings must be focused on the meeting at charge. The City Council meetings are public meetings under the Texas Open Meetings Act. Public comment is an accommodation and not a requirement of City Council. All persons in attendance are expected to display civility and decorum that is respectful to other persons without the use of insulting, profane, threatening, or abusive language. Public comment will not be used for personal attacks, nor may any member of the public use this forum for political statements or campaigning. Please note that during call to the public, the City Council may not deliberate or decide any subject that is not on the agenda. However, Council may propose that a topic brought forth be posted on a future agenda. This morning, we have 21 members of the public that signed up to speak for call to the public. First person is Denise LeBeau. Denise LeBeau, followed by James Ashby, Terry Ashby, Sammy Hubbard. Is Denise LeBeau here? Okay. Her topic is Rio Grande Honor Flight. Good morning, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Denise LeBeau, and we are Rio Grande Honor Flight. What our organization is that we take veterans from World War II, Korea, and Vietnam to Washington, D.C. to visit their memorials and to honor them. Now, that's a real quick synopsis. I'm a military brat, born and raised in El Paso, military wife. I thought, how cool would it be to go to D.C. with a bunch of veterans, right? Oh my gosh. I was not prepared for the life-changing, how it changed my life. It was something so surreal to watch these men and women who were, especially Vietnam, who were so beaten down when they came home, go through and see their memorials and everything that Honor Flight does for them. We just tell them it's about a trip to DC, but it's really a trip of healing. And by the time we got done with that day in DC, men were walking higher, prouder. There was a change in their eyes. Changed my life. I am now the treasurer, the flight leader. I'm going on my 9th trip, and I started out as a guardian. So we thank you for always supporting Honor Flight, but we also wanted to come and remind you the true impact that it gives our veterans, and not only our veterans, but guardians, people such as myself. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to somebody else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is James Ashby.
Good morning. My name is Master Sergeant Perry Ashby, James Ashby. I spent 20 years, 3 months, and 14 days in the United States Air Force, but who was counting? But I was a 17-year-old kid when I joined the Air Force, retired at 37. But I was 18 years old when I got to go to the wonderful place called Saigon, Vietnam. And I was a kid from Disneyland. I was from Anaheim, California. And all of a sudden, I'm thrust into this world where there's just carnage and killing, and it changes you to the fact that I kept wondering every day if this is my day. I was convinced I wasn't coming home. And then when I did come home, I'm walking into the airport at San Francisco, and there's all these people just sitting back calm, air conditioned, smiling. I go, wait a minute, don't you know what's going on? Don't you understand? And they didn't, of course. But back in those days, the head of the VA was the guy who lost both legs and an arm. And his policy was just get over it. Just handle it, you know? And we didn't know. PTSD didn't even come around until I came back in 1969. It came around in 1976 when they first accepted the term. But anyway, so one day I got a call that, hey, I can go to this free trip to Washington, D.C. And I said, let's go. You know, I was ready. And we got there, and I found it was much more than just a trip to see the monuments. It was when we got to the Vietnam Monument, I was terrified. I wasn't going to go down there. I had 50 years of nightmares on that granite wall there, and they had this little ceremony that they did where they sang a little welcome home song, and then they came up and actually gave you a hug and said, welcome home. It took 50-something years for somebody to hug me and tell me, welcome home, welcome home. And it was, I got to go down there. It wasn't a bunch of ghosts down there. I had a lot of friends that I hadn't seen, I hadn't thought of. It was a very spiritual experience. And I've been going to counseling for over 10 years, and that one little weekend trip to see the monuments was a big deal about changing my life and letting me see better. So when I came back, I'm on the board of directors here. I'm an ambassador, and we have to raise money because the veterans go for free, and we are out there, pressing the flesh whenever we can. But I told the managers of the honor flight that whatever you need me to do, I'm willing to participate. We don't want one veteran ever to come home when the people were throwing stuff at you and talking bad about you. And that's our mission, is to help those guys when they come back. And I was one of those people that really got a change.
Thank you, Mr. Ashby.
Thank you.
And thank you for your
Ms.
service.
Bryan, can we hold for a second?
Yes, sir. The next speaker is Terry Ashby, also speaking on the Rio Grande Honor Flight. Good morning, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm the spouse of James Ashby, and I just wanted to say him going on the flight was remarkable. He became back a totally different person. And see, I'm not the one that's supposed to cry.
Take your time.
He finally was welcomed home and was more at ease with himself. So going on Honor Flight was the best thing ever. And I signed up to work with Honor Flight as a volunteer in the beginning. I'm still a volunteer, but I am in charge of coordinating the Guardians that go on the trip. And the Guardians are the ones who ensure that the veterans feel comfortable and are taken care of. We carry their luggage, we get their food for them, we do absolutely everything. We love them as if they were a family member. And it has been very beneficial for me to be part of doing that. And one of the biggest things that they enjoy, and I enjoyed more than anything, was seeing all of the homecomings that were provided everywhere we went. And the one that we get and receive in El Paso is just remarkable. And that's all.
Thank you, Terry. Representative Farrell? Did you want to say something? Representative Farrell?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor. This is just amazing. And thank each and every one of you for your service. Thank you for protecting us. Thank you for defending us. Thank you for allowing us to sit here and hear your stories and the mayor hugging and welcoming you. And I know he'll do each and every one of you before you all leave. And it's just touching. But the Guardians also. And what you do is just so heartbreaking and amazing, and it brings a tear even to my eye, just sitting here listening and watching. And I've had the opportunity of visiting the Vietnam Wall. I didn't serve. My father and my son did. But just looking at the people there, touching the other people's names, and if that doesn't bring a tear to your eye, you don't have a heart. So thank you all very much for everything you're doing and your service and your contribution to our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Come on.
Our Guardians are volunteers that pay for themselves. Each trip, they pay $1,200 right now for them to go. So when we say that we're raising money for our veterans, we need to think about our guardians as well, because without our guardians, we can't take our veterans. So I just wanted to let you know that they do volunteer and pay for their entire trip for themselves.
Mm.
And the next speaker is Sammy Hubbard.
Good morning, Sammy.
Good morning. Good morning. How's it going, Mayor, City
Good.
Council? My name is Sammy Hubbard. I sit on the board of directors of Honor Flight. Honor Flight heals veterans. Honor Flight heals veterans. The reason I say that is because I watched it happen. I was on the last flight on Mission 19. It was my honor to be able to go on that flight. I didn't understand exactly what it meant until I went on the flight itself. And I had the opportunity to watch veterans change in front of me. When I say we heal veterans, we heal veterans. We give them the welcome home that they deserve, that they did not receive when they came home. They were spit on, they were talked about, they were baby killers, they were everything else except heroes, which they were. I thank El Paso for being the veterans' capital of the United States. Thank you, and thank you again. But please, let's always give reverence to our veterans. They went through a lot. For you to sit here on City Council and be members here at the board talking to everyone, they gave a lot. So I ask you to please support and take care of veterans. This is not free. The Guardians have to pay $1,200 just to go. They pay $1,200 just to go to take care of a veteran. Just so they can wait hand and foot on that veteran, they pay $1,200 of their own money to do so. So I ask you to please support us so we can continue to bless and heal veterans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Representative Lemon? Representative Lemon, did you want to speak now or later? Okay.
The next speaker is Kenneth Scolari. Thank you. John Strickland.
Good morning. I want to begin by thanking the City Council and the City of El Paso for supporting Honor Flight. I'm a 23-year Army veteran. I joined the Army at 18 in 1965, served 23 years, went to flight school after my first tour in Vietnam as an artilleryman, and flew helicopters for a total of 44 years until my retirement. I'm not retired now, I'm still working, but I'm not flying helicopters. When invited to go on Honor Flight, I didn't know what to say. It's just amazing. The chairman of the board, Dennis Prickett, is an amazing person. And the guardian that was assigned to me, well, first of all, let me back up. I was diagnosed with severe PTSD. I was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. I was recently diagnosed with macular degeneration and eye disease. I've not told my family any of my stories from those 2 tours in Vietnam. But after Honor Flight, I've changed my mind. I'm going to do that. The guardian that went with me, I wanted to take her to get an ice cream at the Dallas stop on the way home. And she said, "No, you can't pay for that. I have to pay for it." Okay. So I paid her back. I paid her fare for the following Honor Flight as a reward for her, for what she did for me. 2 weeks before the trip, I was given a letter by the chairman of the board, and my guardian told me, you need to open that and read it now. No, we're sitting down to lunch. Read it now. Okay, so I opened the letter. The first paragraph of the letter was so emotional, I began crying. And the chairman of the board turned around and saw what I was doing and came back and gave me a hug. I was selected to have the privilege of presenting the wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. That's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And I did that for everyone else that was on the trip. And I thanked them as they got back on the bus for the honor that I had to present the wreath for them. When we were at the wall of the Vietnam Wall, I had done some research and I knew what wall to look at. And the 28th of August was the deadliest day of my second tour. It was an honor to go there and to come back, because now that I'm back, I have dropped everything that I had carried for 50 years. And I thank Honor Flight for that.
Thank you for your service, Mr. Strickland. The next speaker is Elaine Prickett. Good morning.
Good morning. I stood before this group 3 years ago asking El Paso. I didn't used to be a crier till I did Honor Flight. Anyway, asking for your support and to partner with us and to welcome these gentlemen home properly. I'm the flight team organizer and I'm also the videographer, so I've heard lots of stories. If you go to our website, you can watch 1-hour documentary videos with interviews of each trip. On one of their trips, this last trip, one of the vets came up to me crying after the tour day, and he said, I feel like a Mack truck has been lifted off my chest, and I can finally breathe again. I haven't been able to breathe since Vietnam. And he was changed. I hear stories like that all the time. These yellow jackets that you see them wearing, a lot of our veterans will put in their will they want to be buried in their yellow jacket. One of our vets that passed away last summer, he had his Honor Flight mission number engraved on his columbarium. That's how important this trip is to them. We also reach the families. So many families have said they're changed, they're not angry anymore. I think the way they were treated when they came home just created this anger that added to their PTSD. I had one vet say, I wonder how things would be different now if I had this kind of reception when I came home from Vietnam. I wonder if I would have PTSD. We try to educate the community, our children, the schools. They write letters to our veterans, and we do an old-fashioned mail call on the airplane coming home. It's a very emotional time. One high school student said, I knew about Vietnam, but when I watched this video, I had no idea about the way you were treated. Spit on, urinated on, balloons with feces thrown at them. Those are some of the stories I've heard. I want to thank you for the homecoming that they so deserve that they didn't get. One of the veterans told me through tears, I forgot to wear long sleeves. I waited so long for those 2 little words, welcome home. That's all they wanted was those 2 little words, welcome home. And he finally got it. I want to thank you for helping make Honor Flight a household name. I want to help you for partnering with us to bring healing and closure and restoration to our veterans. I want to mostly thank you I had one veteran tell me, I feel like I'm an American citizen again. When I came home from Vietnam, I didn't feel like I was part of this country anymore. He says he's an American citizen. I want to thank you for making our veterans feel like American citizens again and ensuring they have the homecoming they deserve at the airport. I'm just going to leave a quote. This was a text that was sent to me a day after one of our flights. It says, it was an emotional journey. I know it's red. I'm going to go fast.
You're fine. You're fine.
It was an emotional journey for me, and I will never be the same. It has made me whole again and healed wounds that could not be seen. God bless you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to add one word. Elaine did an interview with me and asked me to explain what this trip meant to me. Completion.
All right, before you guys leave, we're going to do something that we don't normally do. But again, public comment is for us to receive comment from the public, and normally we don't engage or talk back. But this moment in time is so significant and will never be recreated again, what we just experienced by listening to this honor guard. So I think it's important to allow the council members that want to speak to be able to speak. So Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mayor. When the last flight returned earlier this year, Representative Boria Trejo and I were there to greet the people that were there. And it was really wonderful because I recognized 2 people that were on that flight. I really appreciate the presentation, but more important, the brochure with the information. And it's got a very good address. I will mail a check in honor of my good friend, Carl Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that brochure, you'll notice we were told by people in El Paso that it didn't look like we represented them. We've changed our name to Rio Grande Honor Flight now to be more inclusive, and we've changed our logo. You'll see a little star there, too. And our next flight is next week. So next week from this Saturday will be the homecoming at 4:10 at the airport.
Very good. Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to challenge everyone up here to donate to the Honor Flight organization, and Mary has my check for you back there in the corner when you all are available to pick it up. It's got to get there before Ms. Limon, so I'll deliver mine now.
Representative Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank all of you for serving our country, for being here, for representing the best of us, really, and for being open enough to share your vulnerability with all of us. I know that could be difficult, but it's so important so that we can recognize all that you have done and the value that you bring to our community. So thank you so much for your service, and thank you, Representative Fierro, for the suggestion. I will take you up on it. Thank you so much.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and I echo the same sentiment as this body. Thank you so much for your service, and thank you for being our heroes.
Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for coming today, for sharing your stories, for being open and letting others know how wonderful experience this is and what you all have experienced. Thank you for being open, and I look forward to joining you all again in the next honor flight. Thank you.
Representative Rocha.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome home, vets. Thank you for everything that you have done for me and my family, and all the freedoms that I have and that everybody else has in this room because of what you did overseas. Thank you for everything.
Well, again, we don't normally do this, so this was that special moment, in a time like this, all of us could use some healing. And I think you guys brought that to the city council chambers today, and we appreciate it. And what a gift and an honor it was to have you here with us today. And the words that you said, as Representative Rocha just said, welcome home. But I'm going to change it up here at the end and just say mission accomplished. So we really appreciate you guys, and thank you so much for your service to this country and for allowing us to live our lives and be here. So I'm going to ask everyone in chambers to please stand up, and let's give these veterans a round of applause. Thank you guys so much.
And
Ms.
for the
Prime.
record, Representative Acevedo has joined the meeting virtually at 10:25. The next speaker is Mustafa Rifai. His topic is Piedra Street Project. He will be followed by Rico Velasquez and Mia Rifai. also on the same topic. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning,
Full
Mustafa.
council.
Good morning.
Good to see you all again. Today's topic is the Piedras project. And I didn't bring any photos, but I'm assuming maybe some of you from previous city council would know about this project. And the proposal is between the street of Yandel and Paisano? I'm confused here for 1 second. From Yandel all the way up to 5 blocks up, I can't think of it's a Persian, is to tear the street down and to do a reduction of the street size and also to do beautification / lighting / water retention. So the reason I'm here is I own a property that is pretty much in the middle of that project since 2015. And it's almost about 50% of the length of this project. We have 8 businesses, with close to 200 employees and their families. We also have about 18 residents. We also have a multifamily upstairs. We also have a couple other businesses on the side of Yandel. So what I want to speak to, which you'll be seeing me a lot more talking more details about this project as well, but I want to speak about the concept of informing the public of what kind of project we're attempting to do in their neighborhood, in their area. I was there since 2015. Not one person contacted me. Nobody from city, no one. Now, I'm very well contacted if I miss 1 cent of paying my taxes. I'm always contacted and told if you want to do any project, you got to send mailers to everybody around you within 300 feet or X amount of neighborhood letters to inform people that I'm going to change a zoning or I need to do something. But somehow this project, the city or whoever was representing us at that time felt that there's no need for us to be informed of what's going on. Going forward, I asked questions, again, fog over the whole project. We asked questions, we're told, oh, we spoke to the association. I'm like, well, I don't belong to the association, so how does that work for me? Well, we spoke to them and they agreed, so we bring the association in. The association said, yeah, they spoke to us, and we told them we don't want this project. We're not interested in doing this project. It's not beneficial to the neighborhood. And we met with our city rep, who's not here right now, last week, and we expressed the opinion of about 17 different businesses in the neighborhood, including other residents, and they all stated the same thing. Yet we have the same concept of, you don't know what you're talking about. We know better for you what you need to be done. So we need data. We need
Thank you,
proper
sir.
data. We were told that the data that
Thank
was
you, Mr.
collected, we
Rafai.
don't understand it, so they can't give it to us. So thank you for your time. I'll be seeing you again.
The next speaker is Rico Velasquez. His topic is also Piedra Street closure and noise ordinance. He will be followed by Mia Rifai. Good morning, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Rico.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and members of council. My name is Rico Velasquez. I'm the owner of Dewey's Corner Pub. Dewey's is a combat veteran-owned and operated 1,200 square foot staple in the heart of central El Paso. I proudly served 10 years in the United States Army, and after my service, I chose to make El Paso my home. I become an El Pasoan because I believe in the city, its people, and its potential. Over the last 10 years, Dewey's Corner Pub has generated over $7.6 million in sales, contributing over $1.1 million in state mixed beverage taxes. To my knowledge, only about $120,000 actually comes back to the city of El Paso. That's the system we operate under. Most of the tax money leaves El Paso and goes to Austin, but the portion that does return should be reinvested into our district and our neighborhoods and not undermined by decisions that harm local businesses. The proposed 10-month street closure for water line repairs is deeply concerning, especially since El Paso Water has stated this repair is not an immediate necessity. For small business, 10 months of restricted access is not survivable. We endured COVID closures, new ordinances, and rising costs. Adding a nearly year-long street shutdown without urgent cause and could erase the progress we've built, progress that benefits both the city and its taxpayers. Central El Paso's entertainment district grew organically without city grants, abatements, or tax incentives that large corporations often receive. We, the small business owners, built this district with our own investments and risk. This is a great feat in itself. We also endure random midnight sweeps in multiple city offices, code compliance, health department, fire department, and police, entering our businesses during peak hours. These inspections halt sales while they comb through paperwork and permits at midnight. We respect compliance and regulation, but there has to be a better time and better way. Disrupting peak hours drives away customers, undercuts revenues, and makes patrons feel unwelcome. I've personally raised patron safety concerns with previous district representatives, even showing videos of patrons nearly getting struck in dimly lit crosswalks near our pub. Each time we told there isn't enough in the budget to improve lighting or pedestrian safety. But let's be honest, we generate the revenue, we pay our taxes. Not enough in the budget is not a business owner's problem, it's a city problem. Meanwhile, a city-owned alleyway behind us has gone unrepaired for years. Before shutting down streets for non-urgent projects, the city should first address these existing neglected safety issues. Recently, area business owners met with our district representative. Despite hearing our concerns directly, he still expressed support for the closure. This is not genuine representation, and I don't think he's here. And with all this combined, the excessive police presence, the disruptive midnight sweeps, the lack of investment in safety and infrastructure, and now an urgent 10-month street closure, it feels as though the city's not truly invested in our growth, but invested in using up funds before they are gone. I urge City Council to reconsider the delay the 10-month street closure until it's absolutely necessary with a mitigation plan to place to protect business, address real safety issues like crosswalk and alleyways instead of over-policing late-night businesses, and disrupt the midnight sweeps and work with business owners to schedule compliance checks at reasonable times, reinvest the city's share of alcohol taxes to neighborhoods that generate them, support the small business that built Central El Paso without grants or abatements, but with dedication, taxes, and community pride. Thank you.
Yep. And Enrico, just to let you know, the representative, that he's on video, you just can't see him, but he heard your words.
All right, awesome. Thank you. You guys have a great day.
The next speaker is Mia Rifai, also speaking regarding the Piedra Street project. Good morning.
Good morning.
Minutes.
Good morning, council members, mayor. I'd actually like to start off by saying I'm really buoyed by hearing the proclamations earlier this morning about supporting local entrepreneurs and community advisors and makers and doers who are helping support the economic development of the city. So it's with sadness that I say I really believe that this initiative is incongruous with that economic development that we are trying to create. I think I speak on behalf of all small business owners, entrepreneurs, and customers when I say construction of any shape or form, regardless of the intent, is a challenge. When entrances are blocked, sidewalks are torn up, or parking disappears, let's face it, customers don't stick around. They take their business somewhere else. As a customer and a local of the city, I know that for a fact. As a customer and a local of many cities across the United States, including DC, New York, Birmingham, it's relevant in any city, no matter where you go. For small shops already running on thin margins, even a few months of disruption can mean the difference between staying open and shutting down for good. I think we also really have to question the return on investment here. I mean, let's be honest, does a wider sidewalk really magically bring more customers and patrons to an area? People come because of the businesses. They come because of the energy that these entrepreneurs create and foster. And this community has been wholeheartedly throwing themselves into rebuilding this area and this district for some time. And it would be such a shame to see these businesses struggle or close because of construction. And I think with all things in life, it's about timing, right? We're in a pretty precarious economic environment. I think we'd be remiss not to bring that up. And so I think with businesses already facing challenges, now is pretty much the worst time to throw more on their plate. And I think the thing that I'll echo Steph and I'll echo Rico in saying is you know, at the end of the day, it's important that we consult these business owners, this community, these patrons, as we look to take on initiatives. You know, from where I stand, it doesn't feel like anybody in the neighborhood or the local business community were consulted about this project. Look, I think anyone who knows anything about urban planning knows that city improvements should be built with businesses, not around them and not in spite of them. And I know at the end of the day, we all want thriving community centers and we all want a thriving Piedras area and 5 Points, but we shouldn't disrupt businesses in the name of beautification or cosmetic change, because that's not real change. Real change is keeping our small businesses alive, accessible, and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Elizabeth Crawford. Ms. Crawford's topic is Abortion and Suicide Prevention Month. Good morning, Ms. Crawford. Star 6, please. Your microphone is ready. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you. Good morning. We're told in God's word in Psalm 100, make a joyful noise to the Lord, all you lands, serve the Lord with gladness, come before his presence with singing. This month of September is designated as Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. I'd like to share first on a personal note and then tie it back to general truths. My parents were older parents when my sister and I were born. One of the consequences of this was that we had a sad childhood that included loss after loss after loss of extended family members, and then my dad when we were young teenagers. I'm familiar with the pain of loss after loss that death after death can bring. But in many ways, none of that comes close to the type of pain that's inflicted on a family when a member commits suicide. In 2021, we had a young person in our family allegedly take his life in one of the most brutal ways imaginable. That was over 4 years ago, and we as a family are still reeling. There's a grieving with suicide that's much harder than in a natural death because of the intentionality of it. The survivors are left with a level of confusion and guilt that is impossible to put into words. This is very similar to what takes place in the hearts of people after there's an abortion. I have had the privilege for years to speak with young ladies and their accompanying partners outside the Englewood, New Jersey Abortion Center and other abortion centers in the immediate aftermath of their abortions. Grieving is very hard to do because of the accompanying guilt factor. By promoting abortion in our culture, we as a nation have brought about in the lives of many young ladies and young men a tragic type of grieving, a sadness mixed with often both feelings of guilt and anger. I read a statistic recently that suicide among those ladies who are post-abortion is double the suicide rate among mothers who give birth to children. In the Bible, Psalm 100 goes on to say, it is he, the Lord, that has made us and not we ourselves. The Lord Jesus is the creator of life. Life is sacred. We have no right to randomly take life at our will. He is also the giver of life. Jesus is the giver of new life and forgiveness to those who have been complicit in the sin of abortion, to all who by his grace will repent and believe in the gospel. Thank you, and hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Claudia Contreras-Siller. Ms. Siller's topic is Animal Services Director. She will be followed by Ron Como and Chris Velez. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I usually wear blue in support of law enforcement, but today I'm wearing orange. That represents, like the orange ribbon represents against animal cruelty. And I want to express my gratitude towards the director that just retired after 34 years of serving our community, first as a firefighter. Like I have my flag with a red line representing the firefighters. And I want to express my gratitude to him. He was always there for me. Ever since he became a director, more than 35% of the animals that went inside the shelter were adopted. And he had a heart for cats and dogs. And I want to request for the next director to also have knowledge of cats, because they are the underdog, and we love dogs, but we need to also advocate for cats. That's why I've been here for 7 months. And also, I want to explain how the TNR Trap Neuter Return program works. You get a trap, you trap the cat, you take it to Animal Services, they return it, and the cat is vaccinated and it's fixed, and they also have rights. And also, I wanted to show that there's a lot of animal cruelty. This kitten was posted in one of the groups in Juarez. Someone picked it up in the freeway and took it to Juarez. It was a person from Juarez. I told him to take him to Animal Services, but it was no longer an option. So also, if it's possible for the cameras that are in I-10 to pursue like the animal cruelty cases that happen, because not only cats are being dumped in I-10, also puppies. And also, I want to express my gratitude, as always, towards the Animal Cruelty Unit. They need more funds to answer the calls from animal cruelty 24/7. I'm going to repeat it again. Every time I call, the voicemail is full. These are dogs and cats that are dying. Also, please, guys, I want to request for every time, please report animal cruelty. And the last seconds of my time, I want to use them to, I want to use them to thank Mayor Johnson, because he published that everybody is free to express themselves. And as a leaders, being peacemakers is one of the best things we can do. And the last seconds is to honor Charlie Clerk and all the people that have died in the line of duty, especially our first responders. Moments of silence and reflection. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ron Como. Mr. Como's topic is Constitutional Rights to the Rescue 1983. He will be followed by Chris Velez, Barbara Valencia. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Ron.
So, here we are. We have to find a replacement. Now, let's not make the same mistakes we made last time. Let's not overlook qualified people so that we can, keep doing our friends and family hiring practices. We really need to get somebody who is going to eliminate the Haas sheltering plan. This is the worst sheltering plan in the United States history. I mean, the people that are doing it are making millions of dollars off of strays. This plan actually produces more strays. Think about that for a minute. They're making money off of donations for strays, and they're creating, in every city they're in, more strays. If you guys pay any attention to the stuff I send you, it's from all across the United States where the plan is being used, and the cities that are actually starting to kick it out because, it doesn't work. Memphis just did it, which is one of the ones I just sent. Doubt if you guys got to see it. It probably got deleted before you got a chance to read it. We've asked for an independent audit of the shelter. We didn't ask for a best friend's assessment of the shelter. We don't ask the problem to look at the problem and tell us what's wrong. You go outside and you find an independent person who is not loyal to Best Friends, Austin Pets Alive, or any of those mega dollar so-called animal advocate groups. Why is that so hard to understand that we need an audit? We haven't had an audit since 2015, 10 years. And our answer is to do an assessment by the very people that put us into this position. We need the shelter on the west side open. It needs to be a full-blown shelter. If we're being told our shelter is over full and they can't take in any animals, why are we not using the things that we put in place to help with the problem? It is supposed to be a full-blown shelter, not an adoption center, and it needs to be open the way it was supposed to be done. We need to hire vets. You can go online. There's lots of these headhunters, as we call them, advertising they have vets looking for work. I've had this conversation several times. The excuses are leaving, and just so everybody knows, I'm going to have a party at my house for a great farewell on the 4th, and you're all invited. Thank you.
Thank
The
you.
next speaker is Chris Velez. Ms. Velez's topic is El Paso Animal Services. She will be followed by Barbara Valencia, Wanda Helgeson, Rob Campion, Eric Barbosa, Christian Turquios, Lisa Turner, and Daniel Dan.
Good morning.
Morning. That's a lot of people. Okay, I want to talk about the ASAC committee. I read most of the minutes, and they really gloss over things. So I would ask that you fill your 2 vacant seats with people that are actually going to give it some meat, some actual discussion. Because they're basically random issues. Everybody just talks around the issues, and then if people dissent, then they get shut down. You can see it in the minutes, where they're basically told to shut up, for lack of better words. If you read the minutes, you see where people dissent with the group, then they're told to kind of shush, go away, and then that's where the meeting ends. So nothing's happening with your ASAC committee is what I'm trying to say. So I would request that you fill your 2 vacant seats that you have available with people that are actually going to dissent and maybe add some conversation. And also force some transparency on the shelter. There's no transparency. Like the numbers you guys report are really not of any value. Which gets to the removing the TNR and return to owners from your live release rates, that reduces it by 10%, because they're really just through fair. They shouldn't count against the numbers. So your live release rate is actually sitting at about 75%, not 82 or 83 or anything that you guys are reporting. And then the other thing is we really need to think about who we're hiring next as a director. We can't do the friends and family anymore. It's not working for anybody. I mean, in the past 10 years, you guys used to adopt out through rescue groups about $450, about $600 to $700 or 600 to 700 pets a year or a month. Now you're down to 400 because you guys have lost so many rescue partners. You know, everybody's just bailing. And based on your next director, whoever you guys hire, I mean, more of us might leave. And they account for about 15% of your outcome rate. The local rescues here are 15% of your outcome rate. So we pull about 600 animals a month. Okay, so really look at that. For the hiring the next director, we would ask that you have one of our community members, an SME, subject matter expert, sitting on the board, and actually, they don't necessarily have to take part of the interview, but maybe help the hiring panel make the right decision. And if you guys still choose who you choose, another unqualified, unethically sourced person, then at least we know what we're getting and we know to leave. Because it's just getting to the point that Animal Services has the biggest budget, the most impact, the most influence, right? So they can make the biggest difference. And that's all we need is the right leader with a backbone to manage that facility. Because they have a fantastic staff. Their staff is amazing. And they're going through a lot because our community is, for lack of better words, our community is shit when it comes to animal welfare. We need education, we need help, we need direction, but we need the right leader in place. And also with the ASAC committee, we also need the right people in that committee too, because it starts there. And I know you guys are tired of hearing us, but I'm telling you, it's got to change. Having strays running the streets can't be the norm.
Thank you, Ms. Velez.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And please refrain from abusive or profane language. The next speaker is Barbara Valencia. Ms. Valencia's topic is Animal Services, the merry-go-round. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning,
everybody.
Good morning.
Okay. I'm Barbara Valencia with Huckleberry Hound Dog Rescue. Okay. Our tax dollars are funding a consultant with a $50,000 price tag who openly acknowledges using Haas and Best Friends sheltering programs. The same programs responsible for the catastrophic animal crisis we are now faced with. Shelter Savvy, also known as Carrie DeCote, claims to follow the best practices of the NACA, which is partnered with Haas. And here it is here. This is the NACA partnered with Haas. Okay, on her website and resume, she highlights her role as the national director for Best Friends, right here, where she was responsible for implementing their shelter program nationwide. After 4.5 years of consistent failure by both Haas and Best Friends shelter programs in El Paso, it's baffling why the city manager keeps repeating the same ineffective approach. It's time to get off the Haas and Best Friends merry-go-round. Contrary to the Haas and Best Friends shelter programs Shelter Savvy is peddling, we can't adopt our way out of this catastrophe. The only thing Shelter Savvy is selling, and our city manager bought, is an illusion of progress. Digging out of this mess starts with 1, prevention. High-volume, accessible spay-neuter programs cut the cycle at its root. Animals that are never born don't need to be rescued or euthanized. 2, transparency, and that is crucial. Trust in the shelter has eroded after 4.5 years of manipulated statistics, vague outcomes, and false optics. Restoring trust means publishing accurate data and refusing to hide behind labels like community sheltering. Honesty, even when the news is tough, will rally community support. Transparency doesn't weaken trust, it strengthens it. Number 3, responsible sheltering, and that won't be easy. Dogs suffering from kennel stress for months or years in the shelter, as well as thousands of dogs left on the streets that need to come into the shelter, will force hard decisions and an initial rise in euthanasia. That isn't failure, it's honesty and the cost of ending warehousing dogs while restoring humane care at the shelter and in our community. The 3 principles form the foundation for a viable shelter program, and what I just presented didn't cost the taxpayers any money. We don't need Shelter Savvy's failed programs, which are a simple arm of Best Friends. It's time to get off the Haas and Best Friends merry-go-round and make the shelter a true shelter again, starting now with no more Haas and Best
Thank you,
Friends
Ms. Valencia.
involvement. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Wanda Helgeson. Her topic is ground lease at El Paso International Airport with TJW. She will be followed by Rob Campion. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Wanda Helgeson, and I'm the executive director of Border RAC, a nonprofit that works closely with local hospitals and EMS providers to ensure our community is prepared for emergencies and disasters. Back in 2012, the council approved a sublease in an airport hangar owned by TJW Aviation. The purpose was to store hospital and emergency medical supplies along with disaster response equipment like mobile medical units, communication equipment, and ambulance strike team supplies. These assets were identified to assist the airport in the event of a major incident, such as a plane crash. For example, we have systems to help airlines track passengers at hospitals, equipment to establish climate-controlled work sites for NTSB investigations, and even a morgue trailer to respectfully care for victims until the medical examiner is ready to move them. In July of 2023, we were told we now needed to demonstrate an aeronautical use. While TJW submitted a response that included the purchase of a plane, Mr. Nevadas, I believe in good faith, reported that an unmanned aircraft system or drone is considered aeronautical and would meet this requirement and was the best option for us. We followed his guidance, purchased a drone, registered it with the FAA, obtained certified drone pilots, and notified the city. Despite this, we went 188 days without a response until receiving a notice of default. We again reached out, explaining our compliance efforts and asking to meet. Still, after 257 more days of silence, we were issued a notice of termination. It seems that every attempt to cure this default was ignored. Throughout the process, our certified letters, emails, and phone calls went unanswered. If our plan was not acceptable, we should have been told so that we could take further corrective action. We cannot cure a default if the city will not communicate what's required. Border RAC has always been a strong community partner, committed to emergency health care and disaster response, and standing ready in times of crisis. I am disheartened that instead of working with us to meet these requirements, this matter has been allowed to escalate without clear communication. Today, I respectfully ask the council to rescind the termination of that ground lease and allow us the opportunity to work together to ensure our compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Rob Campion. Mr. Campion's topic is also to renew the lease with Border RAC. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Rob Campion for the record. For 27 years, I've been involved with EMS in the region, and every day I'm thankful for Border RAC and the efforts that they make coordinating our efforts. Today, I would like to ask this council to review and intervene in the termination of the ground lease at 6805 Boeing. The property is currently occupied by Border Rack, who has been the tenant there for 12 years. While others today will speak more eloquently, as Wanda did, to the timeline that they have experienced, there are a few points that I would like to emphasize. Border Rack has been an engaged partner in trying to meet the aviation requirements of the lease. The airport has not been responsive to their attempts to remedy the requirements of the lease, and in 2 instances, the airport has not responded to their requests for meetings for periods of 6 to 9 months, only to reply with termination notices in spite of Border Rack's efforts to become compliant. My request for this council today is to intervene in whatever capacity possible to ensure that the airport and Border Rack work together to allow for a compliant continuance of the lease. And last, I would like to speak about why this is important. The airport location is strategic to the activities of Border Rack. This location provides access by air and ground. Border Rack is the lead coordinating agency for preparedness and response in our region and has played integral roles in our community's response to major events such as Hurricane Katrina, COVID-19, and the influx of migrants in previous years. Some of these events have required the need for proximity to airfields. Every day, Border Rack is working to make our community more resilient to major events and daily disasters. Termination of their lease creates a disruption to their work and makes our community less resilient. Again, I would ask for your consideration and any efforts you can to intervene in the termination of their lease. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Eric Barbosa. Mr. Barbosa's topic is pay rates for professional contract services at employees working at the El Paso International Airport.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, council people. It was great to be here this morning for the proclamations and see that the leadership of El Paso is a friend to the individuals with disabilities and our veterans. Now, why do I say that? I represent a company called Professional Contract Services, Inc. I'll refer to us as PCSI. We're a nationwide leading nonprofit whose main focus is to employ individuals with disabilities. How do we do that? Through employment, through innovation, and through advocacy and partnerships. We've been a member of the City of El Paso for the past 30 years. We employ approximately 135 citizens. We do work for the United States Army, GSA, Homeland Security, and the City of El Paso. At each of those contracts, our employees earn wages that are commensurate with the folks that they work shoulder to shoulder with, except for the City of El Paso. We've been performing environmental services at the airport since 1998. We employ about 35 people there, mostly on the night shift. And over the past couple of years, this forum has had the foresight to increase the minimum wage for city employees. I think in February, y'all increased the minimum wage to $15.75 for city employees. And that took effect at the airport. Meanwhile, our employees who do the same job, work the same shifts, are earning anywhere from $10 to $11 an hour. That's a disparity of $4.60 to $5.25 per hour worked. I think that sort of disparity is untenable. While we applaud the actions of the City of El Paso for its employees, we would ask that the City Council consider bridging that disparity gap between what our employees earn and what the City of El Paso employees earn. We've been asking for the Airport Authority to look at this issue for the past 3 to 5 years. Now, the airport has granted us increases of 3% for wages year over year, but at that same time, airport employee wages increase between 7 and 9%. And that wage gap is it's pretty large. Now, as far as our population, we employ individuals with everything from autism to mobility impairments. And again, we've been here since 1998 doing this job on behalf of the City of El Paso. And you guys know that because of our efforts and the efforts of your employees, we have one of the cleanest airports in the nation and has been recognized several times for that. So I'm bringing this issue to the City Council. Hopefully that you guys can take a look at that wage disparity and then get back to us on what we can do to bridge that gap. I'm available if you guys have any questions or
Thank
if you'd
you,
like
Mr.
to
Barbosa.
continue this discourse.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
The next speaker is Christian Turkios. His topic is Introduction to ASEZ, Star in School Violence Prevention Forum, being held at the end of the month. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is Christian Tercios, and I am a member of the World Mission Society Church of God. We are an international church, a Christian non-denominational church that was founded in 1964 in South Korea by Second Coming Christ Sansang Hong. We believe not only in the existence of God the Father and God the Mother, but also in the truth of the new covenant established by Christ 2,000 years ago. We believe in the betterment of mankind, not only through the preaching of the truth of the new covenant, but also through the many volunteer service efforts that we carry out all throughout the world. It's because of those efforts, actually, that we received recognition and awards from many governmental bodies around the world, as well as the highest merits in countries like Brazil, Peru, South Korea, United Kingdom, as well as in the United States with Call to Service Award from 3 different presidential administrations. It was our efforts that actually sparked the hearts of many of our young adults and students to also take their own part in our volunteer efforts, founding 3 different organizations, ASEZ, WOW, and ASEZ STAR, which are the University Student Service Group, the Young Adult Worker Student Volunteer Group, as well as the High School and Middle School Student Volunteer Group as well. Today I'm here to speak to you actually about ASEZ STAR, which stands for Save the World from A to Z, Students Take Action Right Now. Naturally, all our students are in school right now, so I'm speaking on their behalf. But it's an international organization that works towards the betterment of a brighter future for all mankind in trying to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that were established by the United Nations with 4 major campaigns: Good Student, Good Neighbor, Green School, and Green World. Not only in raising awareness of the different ills that plague our mankind and society, but also working towards many cleanups and ways that we can work towards a brighter future. Here in El Paso, actually, we have students from across different school districts, from Isleta, El Paso, Idea, as well as Socorro, and some other counties within, other school districts within El Paso County. And the reason why I bring this to your attention is because we're working towards a school violence prevention forum at the end of the month, which will take place September 28th at 1 p.m. And since we do have students from all across El Paso, and this is a very pressing issue that affects all of the students here in the city, we would like to invite all of you here in the City Council, as well as all citizens and neighbors here in El Paso, that they can join, that we can find a better way to serve our students and help them in their progress towards the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa Turner. Ms. Turner's topic is General Observations. She will be followed by Daniel De Anda.
Good morning.
Again, Ms. Turner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just as I pulled out my Snickers bar. When we do our proclamations and we honor people, I expect to see all these chairs filled, okay? Unless you're sick or you've had a death in the family, I expect to see every one of you here. I expect to see someone from the city, either the city manager or somebody representing the city manager's office. Otherwise, you're disrespecting the very people you're trying to honor. So, please, if you're going to honor people, show up. If you can't make it to work and show up, resign your position. Please. Thank you.
Thank you.
The final speaker is Daniel De Anda. Mr. De Anda's topic is Montana Avenue Query and update on its construction.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
Good morning, Council. My name is Daniel De Anda. I am a student at University of Texas at El Paso. I'd like to kindly request an update on the ongoing construction and repairs along Montana Avenue on the east side. As a service member in the Texas Army National Guard, it is vital for me and any other reservist to stay up to date on the progress on the Montana Avenue construction for our growth and success during and after drills. And also because I don't want to show up late. due to circumstances that I can't control. Could the council please share any current status on the project's construction, any major milestones that have been completed so far, and when the expected completion date will be, if that is possible to answer? I'm also interested in knowing if there are any anticipated delays or changes to the original timeline. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, council. That concludes call to the public. And per the rules of order, no use of personal cellular devices nor personal communication should take place while the meeting is in session or while participating virtually. Once you obtain the floor from the mayor, you will have up to 10 minutes for debate and may speak twice per item. Please
Okay.
speak into the microphone and refrain from side conversations at the dais while the meeting is in session. For those of you joining virtually, please make sure your microphones remain on mute to reduce any background noise.
Okay. Representative Canales.
Reverend, I don't know if you were going to do the same. I know it's atypical, Mayor. May we address the last gentleman's comment?
Sure.
Sir, who spoke last? Just wanted to be, just to share with you quickly, that's not a project that the city is undertaking. So that's Montana, along that portion is a state highway. The Texas Department of Transportation is carrying out that project. I don't know if any of my colleagues have an update on their progress. TxDOT would definitely be able to provide it to you most directly. But just wanted to, I didn't want you to think we're ignoring you. It's unfortunately not our project. Thanks.
Thank you. Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm more than happy to share some of the timelines that TxDOT did share with me. I'll send you an email with some of those updates, but like Rep. Canales said, it's not a City of El Paso project. But Mayor, I just wanted to briefly acknowledge Representative Isabel Salcido for being here today, former District 5 City Councilwoman. So thank you for joining us today.
All right, Ms. Prime.
Yes, sir. That brings us to the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda will be considered by City Council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion unless separate discussion is requested by council members. Prior to the vote, members of the audience may ask questions regarding items on the consent agenda. When the vote has been taken, if an item has not been called out for separate discussion, the item has been approved. Council may, however, reconsider any item at any time during the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Prine. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on any of the items in the consent agenda? All right, hearing none, seeing none, Ms. Prime, please call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro to approve the consent agenda. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. That brings us to page 5. This is the introduction of ordinances. These are items 16 to 19.
Make a motion that we move on the reading of the first ordinance.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, Ms. Prime.
Yes,
Please,
sir,
go ahead.
The motion was made by Representative Limon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez to approve the first reading of ordinances.
Please call for the vote.
Yes, sir. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. We now move to page 8. This is item number 20, and this is a public hearing of an ordinance amending Title 13, Section 13.24.010, creation and purpose of Parks and Recreation Department to allow motor vehicles to drive and park at Lincoln Park for permitted cultural events with a penalty as provided by Section 13.24.220.
Second.
All right, we have public comment on this one, Ms. Prime.
Mayor, if I may, I need to read a floor amendment into the record.
Okay.
The ordinance that was introduced is being amended to strike out on page number 2, to strike out number 2, which reads, event organizer provides the city manager or designee with a list of all participating vehicles that will be driven on parked on Lincoln Park and proof of automobile liability coverage for each vehicle. Alternatively, each organizer may provide proof of automobile liability insurance to the city on the same general liability certificate of insurance. Event organizer may also provide other automobile financial security documentation deemed acceptable by the city manager or designee. That whole portion is being stricken from the ordinance. Also on number 3, they're striking out the words at least 2 weeks, where it says event organizer participates in a walkthrough of Lincoln Park and Parks and Recreation staff at least 2 weeks. The words at least 2 weeks is also stricken from the ordinance.
Okay.
I think it needs a motion. Move to amend the ordinance as read into the record.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Representative Acevedo, you have comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff for listening to the public last 2 weeks ago, and I think this makes everybody happy on all sides. So I appreciate this floor amendment and very, very thankful. I think there's going to be a lot of great stuff happening at Lincoln Park after this, and thank you to my colleagues for supporting this.
Thank you, Representative. And Ms. Pryor, I believe we have public comment.
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Hector Gonzalez that signed up to speak.
Good morning, Hector.
Morning, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to thank our representative, Josh Acevedo, District 2, for helping us to resolve some of the issues that we've had over the last few meetings. And I want to thank the Mayor, Council, Representative Limon, one of our biggest supporters, Representative Rocha, for reading the proclamation this morning. And I just want to thank you for working with us and striking some of the wording that we felt was unnecessary. And we're happy to move forward and appreciate everything you all have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. All right, Ms. Pryor, we have a motion and a second on the amended
Yes,
language.
sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Representative Limon. This is to amend the ordinance to strike out the portions previously read into the record. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. End the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take number 21.
Now, there is a motion made by Representative Limon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, to adopt the ordinance as revised. As
Oh, the main
amended.
one,
On
yeah.
that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, now let's take 21.
Yes, sir. Item 21 is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing the city manager to sign a First Amendment to entitlement agreement between the City of El Paso and FSW Investments to add a definition for an exclusion parcel to accommodate the development of a state of Texas facility.
Motion to approve. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Bill Allen with Economic and International Development. We're going to be discussing today, I'm going to wait for the,
Presentation.
yeah, wait for it to come up. There we go. Yes, we're going to be discussing a possible amendment to the Campo de Cel entitlement agreement in support of a 45-acre sale to Texas DPS. So the request came from FSW Investments, who's the owner of the major property, and they have contracted to sell 45 acres of land to the state of Texas on behalf of the Texas Department of Public Safety for the construction of a regional headquarters. In assessing the sale option, FSW and Scarborough Lane, who is the developer, have requested an amendment to the 2020 incentive agreement. This is the master planned area. It is 2,300 acres in total. 9,000 homes are to be built. There are 300 acres of commercial space and 135 acres of parkland. The red circle that you see in the bottom left indicates the location of the 45 acres. The facility itself estimated at 82,000 square feet plus an additional 8,000 square feet for a driver's license mega site. This will provide training capacity to serve the entire DPS Region 4 area. In addition, we will be able to put in a state-of-the-art crime lab, which will serve 92 law enforcement agencies, and obviously with that being so close to us, decrease the forensic processing times and help clear cases faster. In addition, this size will allow for adequate space for existing 300 FTEs that are located around the area, but also provide space for 200 additional FTEs. Also, will there be a potential for a future build-to-suit for other state agencies going forward? Economic impacts of this program. So the developer does not expect any impact on the delivery of the entitlement obligations. That means that they will be able to maintain the commercial acreage and also meet the minimum residential units. In terms of dollars, we're estimating $18 million of indirect impact to the El Paso economy, largely the 1,500 temporary construction jobs, but as I mentioned earlier, the 300 retained jobs and additional 200 jobs. And I don't know if we can quantify it, but it certainly will bolster the local public safety services. The language on the amendment primarily is under definitions. It will be modified in its entirety under exclusion parcel. So it is the 45-acre site shown on Exhibit A, which we don't have in front of you right now. It's included within the property and subject to the development standards and all other obligations, except for purposes of calculating the available TOURS revenue. Important to note, the completion of the construction by the state of Texas shall not trigger the 25-year reimbursement period for Pod 3. Our requested action is approval for this amendment to the March 17, 2020 entitlement agreement with FSW Investments in support of planned development. And we have a couple people here. We have someone from FSW Investments and also from the Texas DPS, if you'd like to hear from them as well.
Yeah, I was going to recognize that we have Director Sanchez here from DPS, if he wanted to come up and say a few things. Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Morning.
So I just want to thank you all for taking the time to hear what we have to present for this regional headquarters. As we discussed before, the original regional headquarters was in Midland, and we had moved it to El Paso about 13 years ago. So the past 13 years, we've been trying to get the state to provide us funding in order to get this regional headquarters. If we do get it, this will be the newest regional headquarters out of the 6 in the state of Texas. And it's something that's going to make El Paso very proud. It's something that's going to put us on the map. And as you know, we've been very busy in trying to provide the best services that we could for public safety and assisting our fellow partners in law enforcement. So we greatly appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Director Sanchez. We appreciate everything you're doing, too. Representative Trejo?
Thank you, Mayor. Public safety was one of my key priorities when I was running for office, because that was one of the key priorities that we kept hearing while we were out within the community. And, you know, I've been advocating for this behind the scenes to bring this project forward. DPS already employs 300 employees, and we're looking at an additional 300 high-paying positions. I just want to repeat here what he had already mentioned is, you know, to retain 300 existing jobs and create 200 new jobs, generate an estimate 18 million in indirect economic impact, support 1,500 temporary construction jobs, and improve forensic processing times. So this is a great opportunity for not only our district, but the community as a whole. And so I want to ask my fellow council members and city staff for the support and helping us make this possible. We're one step closer to having the regional office headquarters here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple of questions. So the parcel is kind of at the south west corner of the larger development. Currently in the master plan for that development, it has the commercial and mixed use designation for that same parcel. The presentation says that the developer doesn't anticipate any impact to the delivery of their obligations. How are they, that commercial area will ultimately be of higher value to us. How do they anticipate accommodating that the switch from commercial to a public use in this area? Will that commercial shift elsewhere?
No, I think the commercial will stay there. The initial 300 acres that are spec'd out, they had made sure they had enough of an overflow to accommodate, making sure they didn't know exactly what kind of buildings were going to go up. So they feel comfortable that they can still meet their target.
In the other areas that are designated for commercial?
In that area itself.
And in that area itself?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
So they had just allocated enough excess land in that area to meet the obligation?
Correct.
And also take on this new
And take
public
on the
public
45
building?
acres, yes.
Okay. And then just for the benefit of the public as well, perhaps can we pull up slide 3? It's the map. It shows 2 properties or 2 large parcels reserved for schools, some regional parks / amenity centers. None of those are being displaced by this project, is that correct?
Correct.
And then has there been, I know it's still a developing community, but to the immediate south of the parcel in question, there's a residential neighborhood. Has there been any communication with that residential neighborhood about this change?
Sir, I can't speak to that. I'm sorry.
Perhaps someone from FSW can.
That's a good idea.
What was the question again, Representative?
Whether or not there's been any outreach to the residential neighborhood that's immediately adjacent.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yolanda Hineb here on behalf of FSW 9. Representative Canales, we have not. This is very early on in the process. But in discussions with DPS, they intend to have public meetings and reach out to the public and work with the city on developing this site. And I'll also just mention that this site is zoned GMU, so that allows for a lot of flexibility on where we identify the uses. So we have no concerns with being able to continue to develop the property as was originally planned. The issue with this right now is that it's just DPS land selection is out of sequence to where we are in development right now. So that's why this is being forward right now, but I'm sure DPS can talk about meeting with the public, but we have not yet. We are currently just under contract with DPS.
Okay. Has there been any outreach from the city side? I know, Bill, you weren't aware, but I don't know if anybody else.
No, I'm not aware of anything at this point.
Okay. We've heard recently, and in I think a few notable cases that people have felt the public outreach on certain projects has been deficient. I just want to point out this is another instance where I think it would behoove everybody to be a little bit more proactive in speaking with the adjacent neighbors. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Limon?
Thank you, Mayor. I've had the opportunity to tour the site, and it is totally, completely, where DPS is going to be is clearly on the opposite side of the present construction, potentially, like you indicated, schools, hospital, and things like that. But is this a done deal? DPS is committed and is building, or are we pending anything else?
Last legislative session 2 years ago, the way they wanted to approach this was they wanted to give us the money to purchase the land first before giving us the money to build the building. Just because in the past, when they allotted all the money up front, by the time we acquired the land, then with inflation, we were out of budget. So that was the purpose on this one, is they allotted us the money to purchase the land. Now that we get the land settled, now we can start politicking for next legislative session, which is coming up. And we're on the early stages. So if this gets approved today, we can immediately start proposing and getting the engineering plans and how much the cost is going to be to build the building, so we can get ahead of it going into the next legislative session and get it approved.
When is your completion date, or your anticipated completion date?
My anticipation completion date is to get this done in 2 years if I can. But
2 years?
I know it's not humanly possible. especially with everything that's going on. So the way I look at it is we can get the money next legislative session. Hopefully we can get the ground running right after we get the money awarded to us to get the building and get the project done within 2 to 3 years from the time we get the money and get the contract.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Any additional questions on this particular item? All right, Ms. Bryan, hearing none, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Boyer Trejo, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, to approve the resolution on item 21. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Yep. And Bill and Director Sanchez and FSW, I just want to say that this hits on a number of the pillars that we're working on economic development. It creates an additional 200 jobs, as we've already heard. And the amount of temporary jobs for construction of 1,500 is a big number. And plus, this is one of the things that, Representative Trejo ran on this in her campaign as well as I did, public safety. So congratulations on this first step, and hopefully we can bring this one home. But thank you.
Thank you.
Item 22 is discussion and action directing the city manager and city attorney to return within 60 days with recommendations for establishing a City of El Paso Adopt a Street program. This program would give schools, neighborhood associations, civic groups, businesses, and other organizations the opportunity to partner with the city to keep El Paso streets clean. Modeled after TxDOT's Adopt a Highway and similar municipal programs in Round Rock, Fort Worth, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin, and Lubbock, it would provide a structured way to support litter control, beautification, and community pride. The proposal should review successful models from other municipalities, allow eligible groups to adopt segments of city-maintained streets, provide city support, litter bags, safety vests, recognition signage, and waste collection, include safety guidelines, volunteer waivers, and cleanup frequency requirements, present cost estimates and possible funding sources, and explore expansion into adopt a park, adopt a spot, and other public space options. This item was submitted by Representative Nino.
Mayor, motion to approve.
All right. Representative.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm hoping I could get the support from my colleagues today. I know that we've been in a lot of conversations of how do we clean up our streets, our medians, and I've been doing some research to try to provide some short-term solutions and also, overall create stronger civic pride and engagement within our community. I'm not sure if some of you were able to read the backup, but I did do research of other municipal governments around the state of Texas that have similar programs from Adopt a Street, Adopt a Spot, Adopt a Park, and overall, it's again creating that civic engagement and overall helping us clean up our communities. I will challenge, once this comes forward and the recommendations come forward from our staff, I'll challenge each one of our district offices to adopt maybe a median or portion of our district to help our community get cleaned up. So thank you, and motion to approve.
Is there a second? There was. Okay. All right. Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I like the concept of the program. I think it shows good initiative. Thank you for thinking of it as well, Rep. Nino. I do have a few questions. I know in the presentation in our work session 2 weeks ago, Mr. Ibarra, the Environmental Services Director, explained that it actually costs multiples of having civilians working in the roadway, having non-city employees working in the roadway costs multiples of what it costs to have city work crews or our contractors working in the roadway. I don't know if ESD has any comments about what they feel would be the most efficient use of the funds. I mean, I know this is volunteer labor, but it requires total road closures and barricades, and there are other costs, materials and supplies.
Sure, we thought this was an opportunity for us to look at all the ways we might be able to engage. I think we know that we have some concerns with weeds and cleanups that are not necessarily on our arterials. So we may come back with a couple of different options of ways that we might be able to, one, engage community in terms of labor. There may be opportunities for us to look at how we talk about a true adopted median program that we've seen in other cities that might be businesses. And so the team thought that this really gave us an opportunity to sort of look at what all those options might be and bring those back for your consideration. So we would not be limited to just the discussion that we had last week with just the medians, because the work that we have talked about with Representative Nino has been in schools and neighborhoods, some of the double frontage lots, and we've had success with that type of work without a tremendous expense to the city. So we will have that back to you all with all the options.
Okay, so not necessarily having people working, cleaning the median themselves. We're talking about other non-median locations and other options for
Yeah, we
sponsorship.
would like to consider all of that, because one of the things that we did see in some other cities just through some of the initial work was adoption of median programs that sort of led to a third-party contract and extension of those contracts that gave you more hours that kind of had the same result. So we want to bring all of those things back for your consideration and review.
Okay, I still think it's worth, this aside, I still think it's worth having a conversation about our environmental fee. We've continued to see a lot of requests from the public about weeds and cleanups in the medians. Mr. Ibarra gave us a very thorough presentation a couple of weeks ago. They're essentially at the maximum of expending that environmental fee. It may be time that we look to have a conversation about potentially collecting more revenue through that fee if we need to. I think it's a conversation worth having with the public. Thank you.
Will do. We also have the staff working on a review of all of our fees across the board, just as we prepare for budget. So I think the timing will allow you to sort of see across the board where we see there are needs for adjustments, what we're seeing as best practice, just having that be a little bit more comprehensive rather than a one-off, and that's already been assigned to our OMB. So I think the timing, we can bring both of those back at the same time for you.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Representative Nino.
Thank you, Mayor, and Ms. Mack and Ms. Neiman. Thank you so much also. I know that I've been back and forth with you all, just sharing some of my ideas, and I'm looking forward to, collaborating even further and should this pass today. Thank you.
And Representative Nino, I want to say thank you for bringing this and putting it on the agenda. And I did go through the backup myself, and I noticed you could, groups that want to do this. There was in Round Rock, they were able to get supplies and things like that. And I drove around Northeast El Paso this weekend. I told Representative Trejo, and I saw a number of areas where there was Adopt a Highway by, I believe TxDOT has that program out there, but there was a number of areas where people were adopting certain portions of the highway. So thank you for putting this on the agenda. All right, Ms. Bryan, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Nino, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez to approve the direction on item 22. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. End the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take number 23.
Yes, sir. Item 23 is a presentation from America Alvarez with the United States Geological Survey, USGS, New Mexico Water Science Center regarding the Urban Waters Federal Partnership to discuss the appointment of a member to the UWFP Steering Committee by the City of El Paso. This item was submitted by Representatives Acevedo and Boyer Trejo.
Okay, Representative. Is there anything to approve on this particular item? This is just discussion. Okay, but Representative Trejo, you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Representative Acevedo and I brought this item forward for discussion. Climate and sustainability can seem like a big issue to tackle, and so the Urban Waters Federal Partnership is a small step that helps us handle and maintain water and our most precious resource in the desert. We reached out to Urban Waters team after they gave a similar presentation at the county, and we feel that the program is missing a key voice, and that voice is the city, being at the table and having these discussions. The goals of this program are to promote clean waters, urban waters, to reconnect people in their waterways, to encourage water conservation, to use urban water systems to promote economic revitalization and prosperity, and to improve the community through active partnerships. I want to thank America Alvarez for being here today to present and taking her time out of the day to present to council. We welcome her for being here. Thank you.
Representative Acevedo, you want to add anything now, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I just excited for the presentation today. We want to learn and discuss the Urban Waters Federal Partnership with the EPA, the U.S. Geological Survey, and other entities in the region and beyond. And this is so the council kind of learns about this opportunity, and then at some point, we'll, depending on what people discussed today, we want to bring this back to probably direct the city manager to appoint somebody from her team to this steering committee. So as we learn more, we'll move on in that direction. And then for this, we received letters of support from County Commissioners Coronado and Stout, along with the letter of support from the district manager at Ciudad Soil and Water Conservation District in Albuquerque. And then there's also a few people that are here to speak in support of this item. Mari Nunez was trying to sign up, but she signed up a little too late, so she couldn't be added to the list. So if there's that consideration to let her speak on it at some point, I would really appreciate it. And then the natural arroyos created by water flowing off the mountain have been disturbed by years of development without thought given to the natural flow of water. We continue to have conversations about urban sprawl and unchecked development burdening our waterways. We have a lot of stormwater issues throughout the city, especially in my district. So I thought that by bringing this, we could kind of have a different type of conversation to move in this direction. And I really thank America and her team for coming and giving the presentation. So without further ado, I'd love to pass it on to America.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Yes, still good morning.
Yep, good morning.
Thank you for having me here today. My name is America Alvarez. I am a hydrologist for the USGS New Mexico Water Science Center in Albuquerque, and today I will be presenting an overview of the Urban Waters Federal Partnership. Now, this is a program that I have been advocating for our region for about a year now, along with my colleague Rob Henryon. He was a hydrologic technician for the center before retiring a few months ago. However, he has expressed his commitment to continue working remotely from Albuquerque to do whatever he can to be able to see this come to fruition. And in my case, I am an El Paso native, proudly born and raised here. This is my community, and I am quite fortunate to be able to be advocating for a program that can benefit and give back to my local community. So the Federal Partnership is a federal program that was launched in 2011 by the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, with the goal of revitalizing watersheds and their local communities by connecting them with each other and their surrounding areas. So while the name refers to urban water specifically, this does include urban, suburban, and rural communities. So it's all inclusive. And the program does three main things, or has three main objectives. And the first being to improve coordination among all the parties involved with the program. And this includes from federal, state, and local government to tribal and non-governmental organizations, which tend to be local. And for the federal agencies currently involved with the program, there are 14, and these include all of the logos that you see in the slide here. So this, obviously, the EPA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Community Development Financial Institutions, National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, AmeriCorps, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Department of Agriculture, Department of Education, Economic Development Administration, Department of Energy, Department of the Interior, Department of Transportation, and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and of course the U.S. Geological Survey. Whoops. For the second objective, that is to collaborate with community-led efforts. And so what this means is that the program will support what the community is already currently doing, or what the community wants to be doing in the future, what it wants to work towards to be able to improve water systems and benefit the local community economically, environmentally, and socially. And the third objective is to advance government efficiency by breaking down silos within the federal side, which unfortunately is pretty common. However, because this program does not have a top-down structure, the federal resources are able to be provided to be able to focus on local priorities and meet these local priorities. Okay, so the program identifies these as the guiding principles. Some of these were already covered in the previous slide. However, what I do want to emphasize here is that a big component for the program is, again, that community. And how do you involve the community? You listen to them and you encourage their participation by doing so. And this chart here that the EPA created, I like what it represents, because you can really see that once water quality is improved, communities can connect to their waterways. By doing that, communities are revitalized, and in so, people are able to engage in water restoration, and consequently, water quality continues to be improved. So it's just a cycle that the natural world and the community need to rely and work together. Okay, so there are currently 21 urban waters designated locations in the U.S., including a site in Puerto Rico, the capital, in San Juan specifically. And so the closest programs that we have to our area is the Urban Waters location in Albuquerque on the western side, and San Antonio on the eastern side in Texas. And so the question is, will El Paso become the 22nd location? So for this presentation, I already covered a little bit of the background of what the federal partnership is, and now we'll continue to briefly go over what the Urban Ambassadors is, the Learning Network, the Restoration Grant Program, and a USGS Cooperative Matching Fund. For the first two, these are critical for the success of the program itself. The program cannot succeed without these two, especially that ambassador position, which I will go ahead and cover in the next slide. And for the last three, these are optional, but they can be helpful resources to be able to help meet what the partnership or the program has established as the goals. So the Urban Waters Ambassador really is the face of the program, but also they are the ones who lead the collaborative effort. And so they are communicators, they are coordinators, communicators, facilitators, and they are really the liaison between the federal agencies and the community partners involved with the project and the community. In the past, the federal partnership or the EPA has been able to provide grants to be able to fund an ambassador position. However, we have been informed that due to the current state of the current administration, there are currently not funds available to do this at the moment. However, that is currently that next step that we need to do, is to identify an ambassador to be able to move forward with this program for our community. And so we have had this conversation with a lot of different organizations and departments interested in seeing this come to fruition. And at the Commissioner's Court presentation this summer that we gave, it was identified and presented that we have identified some organizations that are interesting and willing to house this position. The only thing is finding that funding to do so. And one of these is actually the El Paso Community Foundation. And we will probably hear from them later today as well. And for this ambassador position, I do want to specify is that while it is preferred that it be a full-time professional, they are able to work on this part-time as long as they dedicate a certain amount of hours to the Urban Waters program. And it is also preferred that this professional or the ambassador be housed within a local organization. And again, that is to ensure that the local community is being heard, and it does not seem that the federal government is putting their hands into the pot for the community, and the community is doing whatever the federal government wants. Okay. So again, another one of the resources available is the Learning Network, and this is a resource that is available to everyone involved in the Urban Waters program in the nation. And so this is a network that facilitates networking among everyone involved. So someone locally can be communicating and exchanging ideas and suggestions and knowledge from someone out of state. So individuals are able to share funding and technical resources, capacity building, mentoring, sharing experience, tools, etc. Next, we have the Urban Waters Restoration Grant Program. And this is a public-private partnership that specifically funds projects related to local urban waters. And so this is actually supported and funded by the Wildlife Habitat Council, along with the EPA, the Forest Service, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Southern Company, which is a gas and electric utility company, FedEx, and the BNSF Railway, which is actually the largest railway. And so this grant does focus on restoring ecosystems and wildlife. But again, it does address water quality and it prioritizes watershed issues. The next funding opportunity is the USGS Cooperative Matching Fund. A few years ago, back in 2023, the Congress actually allocated $1.5 million to be able to improve urban waterways with science-based projects. And from the 21 current designated urban waters locations, 14 of them are actually also partly funded by this cooperative matching fund. And all of these urban waters programs focus on water monitoring, water management, education, outreach. But again, that is also done in cooperation with the local, state, and regional partners for that designated location and community. And I believe this is still going on, even with all the current changes that have been happening within the Bureau itself. And so now that I provided a big overview of the program, well, what does that mean for us, our community, our region? So obviously we need to start small, and we would like to start with El Paso, but eventually we definitely would like to expand on both sides from the city as well as across the border to include communities extending up to Las Cruces, all communities within the county, and Juarez as well. But again, this would be completely determined by whatever the local community would want as a goal for the program. And like I mentioned, we've had a couple of meetings this past year, and these are all the organizations and departments that have been involved to some capacity, be it just by attending and engaging in our meetings. The last one we had was in the spring, or just individuals who have been informed or heard about the program through presentations such as these, and they requested to be part of the email list that we have and use to invite the community to our update meetings. And so for at a local level for El Paso and Juarez, we do have the International Boundary and Water Commission. As previously mentioned, we do have support from county commissioners, including Judge Samaniego. We have some members who work for the city of El Paso, not necessarily within city council, but they do work in a different department that caters to climate change or environmental sustainability for the city, including El Paso Water. On the academic side, we do have professors from UTEP who do water research, and they are very much interested in seeing this program for our community. Specifically, they are Dr. Liz Walsh and Dr. Alex Mayer. We also have a professor from the Autonomous University of Ciudad Juarez interested in the program as well. We already mentioned El Paso Community Foundation, but we also have support and interest from Frontera Land Alliance, Keystone Heritage Park, and the Texas A&M AgriLife Research Extension Center. On the Las Cruces and New Mexico side, we have members from the New Mexico Department of Transportation, Environment Department, the Energy, Minerals, Natural Resources Department, and the Office of the State Engineer. We also have members from the Doña Aña Soil and Water Conservation District, the City of Las Cruces, Water Resources Research Institute, which is based in NMSU, Amigos Bravos, which focuses on environmental sustainability efforts, and Friends of the Oregon Mountains. And for regional and federal agencies, we have a few members from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, National Park Service, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Bureau of Reclamation, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, our center, the New Mexico Water Science Center with USGS, the Paso del Norte Watershed Council, and Sierra Club Rio Grande. And for this slide, all those in blue represent the current members of the steering committee. And at this point, the steering committee really is members who are more active and engaged in these efforts, and they are the ones who have been more communicative as far as sharing resources, ideas, and contacts, and just helping us spread the word of the program. And so a year ago, this list was a lot shorter, and so it is good to see that the more we do these kinds of presentations, the more the community is aware and interested in advocating to have this here. Okay, and based on the meetings that we've had with all of our steering committee members and the community members from the different departments and agencies I just listed in the previous slide, these are sort of the current community interests and priorities that were brainstormed at a meeting. So water quality, water quantity, monitoring, and habitat protection and management seem to be the biggest ones. Of course, there is groundwater contamination, stormwater challenges, flooding mitigation, invasive species, as well as community outreach and education. So again, whatever the community believes that it's the current needs and wants, that is what the program can and will support to do. And it doesn't have to be just one particular area or project itself. From the different urban waters locations in the nation, most have a couple of different programs that they do. So here I will just share the Urban Waters main page for the program, as well as our contact information. Again, I believe we do have other individuals who would like to make additional comments for this, so I will go ahead and pass the floor to them at this moment before moving on to questions.
Okay, we can do that. We're going to take public comment right now. Ms.
Yes,
Bryant?
Mayor, we
Yeah.
have Ms. Annie Montes has signed up to speak. She's in the queue. Good afternoon, Ms.
Great.
Montes. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon,
Good
Mayor
afternoon.
and council members. And thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm really excited to see El Paso working to establish their own urban waters location. My name is Annie Montes, and I serve as the Urban Waters Ambassador for the Middle Rio Grande watershed. So I cover Cochiti Dam down to Socorro, New Mexico. And I'm here to support the establishment of an EPA urban waters location in El Paso, as well as your city council's participation on their steering committee. So I believe that this would provide important coverage for the southern stretch of the Rio Grande and allow us to build on the success of other urban waters locations, including the Middle Rio Grande location. Through my work, I've seen firsthand how the Urban Waters Partnership invests in healthy watersheds by promoting collaboration between local, state, federal, and tribal entities, while also offering outreach and education on stormwater and runoff pollution and advancing both environmental health and economic prosperity. This partnership creates opportunities to tackle shared issues like protecting our drinking water resources, keeping pollution out of the Rio Grande, conserving water, and of course supporting and conserving our wildlife and our native plants. And by working together along a longer stretch of the Rio, from Cochiti down to El Paso, I'm really excited to see folks from Las Cruces already attending. But by lengthening the strength of river that we're working with through the partnership, we can strengthen community connections to our waterways, enhance conservation efforts, and ensure a healthier future for both people and the river that we depend on. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Maya Sanchez. She will be followed by Mike Gaglio and Lisa Turner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Maya Sanchez with El Paso Community Foundation. So the work I engage in is centered around environmental work, environmental initiatives to affect policy and good stewardship. I've been working with America and the Urban Waters Potential Program here for a few months now. And so for those of you who may or may not know, the El Paso Community Foundation just completed a project with a partner, High Desert Native Plants, to address some of the stormwater issues that we have in Representative Acevedo's district. So we included him, of course, in this conversation. He was well aware of what we were doing. The McCall Neighborhood Center was our leading partner. We addressed a lot of rainwater harvesting and collection of the stormwater so that it benefits the property. And we're using this as our first demonstration site. We are just at the cusp of finishing a design in Representative Canales' district. In fact, my colleague, Gary Williams, is meeting with TxDOT as we speak to discuss right-of-way for the Paisano Ditch, which is in front of Bowie High School, and the Chamizal. That's our second demonstration site, so we're about to present to the neighborhood and Representative Canales a design for this area. So, as you can see, we're actively participating, and the Urban Waters Program is extremely important. We have to have a committee member on this board that represents the city of El Paso because it's such an important part of our region to address stormwater as well as our native and built waterways. Among other things. And so, we have to have a seat at the table and have that voice in order to engage and truly work on behalf of good stewardship in this area. So one of the issues that we've seen, as was mentioned, is the financial component for the ambassador. So this is the first step in getting us to an ambassador. We truly do feel that it is a role that can be a full-time position. We also engage at the Community Foundation in an environmental roundtable, and I'm glad to say that we have up to 50 partners attend quarterly, but it's environmental that discusses on a large scale. This is something that is very specific to water management, and it's highly, highly important and necessary. So I really, really hope that you consider joining us down this path, and we can definitely actively convene and work on seeing what we can do as partners to include, who I didn't see on the list, El Paso County Water Improvement District Number 1. We can definitely work together to see how this role could be useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mike Gaglio, followed by Lisa Turner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my script says good morning, but it's afternoon now. I'm going to go off script a little bit because the people in front of me said everything I wanted to say. My name is Mike Gaglio. I'm with High Desert Native Plants. Maya just mentioned our partnership with El Paso Community Foundation to do some urban rainwater harvesting, green infrastructure work at the McCall Center. I'm also the Wetlands Habitat Advisor for Keystone Heritage Park, which is one of the interested parties in America's presentation. And just real quick, I wanted to mention that, like El Paso is, when you say El Paso, Texas, water isn't the first thing you necessarily think of. A lot of times folks think of our town as a dusty, dry city. But in fact, we do have some water gems in this town. We have the great river, the Rio Grande, that goes right through our valleys. We have hidden wetlands kind of tucked away into some pockets, Rio Bosque Park, Keystone, Cement Lake. These are areas. And then some springs up in the mountains. And of course, our flooding waters, right, our storm waters, which we need to manage and respect so that we can maintain our water in our watershed. So the Urban Waters Partnership Program can help us leverage resources and find ways to improve water quality and improve stormwater and flood resilience in this community. And the first step to this program is getting an ambassador appointed so that our community has a voice in this program, and a full-time paid position voice would be nice. And so, if the city of El Paso would join the steering committee, that would be a fantastic move, and it would be great if our community could support in some meaningful way the ambassador position. We heard from folks up in Albuquerque that have a similar position, and our community really needs this type of representation amongst our federal partners. So thank you very much, and good luck with that. I hope it works out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Lisa Turner.
I believe it's afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council.
Good afternoon.
Our aquifer is getting lower and lower every day. My council never takes into account the recharge of our aquifer. We just put asphalt and concrete over everything. You entered into a contract with a data center that said was going to use 2 million gallons of water a day. You've got a complex supposedly that may be developed across the border in Santa Teresa or Sunland Park. Multiple data centers using a whole lot of water. And guess what? We don't get enough rain to recharge what they use every day. So we are on a deficit every day. One of the other things that hurts us is we have a heat island effect. As a gardener, it basically destroys my plants because my plants don't get a time to rest. All that extra heat means more evaporation of any water that's present, out of the ground, out of your pool, wherever. You make no decisions. Instead of concentrating on low-impact water companies, you go to high-impact, like the Meta Data Center. But the Marathon Oil Company uses over 1 million gallons a day in water. We cannot exist where we live without water. You've got to have water. And you've got to start taking those steps to protect what water we have and try the best that you can to reduce some of the consumption, because we do waste a lot of water. We do. We need to recycle more. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Bryan, I believe Representative Acevedo said there was a Marissa Nunez that didn't get a chance to sign up.
Yes, sir. Will council like to suspend the rules
Yeah,
of
we'll
order?
suspend the rules so she could speak. Thank you.
There's a motion and a second to suspend the rules of order to allow additional speakers on this item. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nunez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Duly noted about the cutoff time. I promise that won't happen again. My name is Marisa Nunez. I am a new community organizer with EPISO, but I am here in my personal capacity as a constituent of District 7. As someone with a master's in public policy, there is nothing that I want more than to see my community leaders, these brilliant minds across from me, champion policy initiatives that are meaningful for the people who live here. This is the city that I'm from, the city that I love. And policy initiatives like these acknowledge the realities of the quality of life that we experience here in El Paso. This is a desert community, we know that. As Mike Gallio said, water isn't the first thing that you think of. And something I'd like to invite you to think of actually is the next time that it rains here, I want you to look at the puddles of water that pile up on our streets. Because it's because of Mike Gallio actually that I start to think of it as a waste of water. And there's so much that we could do with that water that's like puddled on like Mesa when I'm like walking across the street to like Pizza Joint or something. And so I really just want to invite you to reimagine our relationship with water. So I'm here to ask, urge, encourage, gently nudge you to join the steering committee for our region. The Urban Waters Federal Partnership has been transformative in cities across the country to collaboratively restore waterways. And this opportunity is especially important for El Paso. By joining the steering committee, the city of El Paso can be a leader in repairing our residents' relationship with water. I also want to highlight that our region has a unique opportunity to creatively think about what we consider urban waterways. I have had the fortune of living in most places in El Paso. I've lived on the Northeast, I've lived on the far west side, Central El Paso. I'm from East El Paso, those are my roots. And drainage ditches are a really big part of our community, like those concrete drainage ditches. And so I'd like to think of those as underutilized resources that are a vital part of our landscape. With the right partnerships, we might be able to see them more as multi-benefit corridors, supporting stormwater management, offering safe walking and bike routes, and providing shaded greenways in our neighborhoods so that we don't think of stormwater as a nuisance and something to fear, but it's something that we can embrace and be happy with. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much, Council.
All right, thank you. All right, America, we may have a couple comments for you.
Sure.
Representative Fierro.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, you answered some of my questions. The first one was who were the other members of the steering committee? And you said the ones in blue that were up there a minute ago are potential or could be members of the steering committee. If the city proceeds and adds somebody to the steering committee, is there going to be a financial expectation as being part of the steering committee? And that's A. And then B, all of the other members in the steering committee, will they be asked to contribute the same amount?
There is, I would say, at least at this time, there is no financial commitment to be part of the steering committee. This is more, the steering committee's purpose is to support the ambassador to meet the goals for the program. And so that does not necessarily mean financially or funding, but sharing ideas and resources with each other. So that is also one key thing of the program. Not only do all of the organizations involved with the program have access to federal resources, but they also have resources with each other. So they built this sort of network where we heard from the Community Foundation, from High Native Desert Plants, And so these are partnerships that are already currently existing, but through this program, future and additional collaborations and partnerships can develop as a result of the program itself. So it's a lot of that sharing resources, be it knowledge, sharing events or ideas for what their programs can do individually. And it's just a matter of it's really a program that you need to take advantage of, because what you put in is what you get essentially. So however much effort, whatever you would like to get out of the program for your organization, that is something that you can essentially get.
Thank you. You mentioned at this time, and then other people have mentioned the funding of the ambassador.
Right.
So at some point when we vote and we move forward, and I mean, who can say no to water? But as we move forward, I'm assuming at that point, this body will have the duty to vote yea or nay on whether we wanted to commit to any funding. But we would get that opportunity before we contribute. Am I right, Ms. Mack?
I haven't been briefed on this, so I don't know what the ask is.
Oh, I just keep hearing open words on how our partnership is going to be bigger than just a person sitting on a committee.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Correct.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Representative Canales.
Thank you, Mayor. Mostly, I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues who brought this forward. I think it's a great opportunity for us to partner with a broad coalition of organizations from the federal government on down through a bunch of local organizations. The work you all are doing is important. We heard quite an update yesterday about our water system in general, and of course the mission of this goes far beyond just our municipal water system. But I think it's no secret that water is, as I said yesterday, our most precious resource, and we should be doing everything we can to make sure we safeguard that for the future, make sure we capture what we can to use sustainably, even if it does have a little bit of expense potentially. I think that's a worthwhile investment for us. So thank you for the work you're doing, and the entire coalition of people I know. We're not getting in on the ground floor of this. There's already been quite a lot of work. I'm incredibly pleased with the Community Foundation, and the demonstration project at the McCall Center is wonderful, and I'm very, very excited. I've been speaking with Gary Williams at the Community Foundation about the possibility for the project at the Chamizal. So we're super excited about those things, and hopefully it's just a sign of what's to come in a partnership with you all. So thank you.
Representative Acevedo.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think I really wanted to get this discussion to understand how we move forward in 2 weeks when we bring this back to direct the city manager to put somebody on the steering committee. And really, the steering committee is really important as looking at how we get to be part of this program. It is really a good thought partnership to have somebody from the city there and having that voice to contribute to this. And of course, if there are financial commitments later down the road or anything like that, we would have to have that discussion as a council. And that is not what America is saying today. Really, they're really wanting to get this interest from the city by having somebody on the steering committee. And so I wanted you to have a little bit more to say, America, on this, just to kind of clarify anything.
Right. So again, to be able to continue and be able to establish El Paso as an urban waters location, we do need to find that funding for the ambassador position. We already have potentially the organization that could house this position. I guess that does involve some financial responsibility from someone, or it doesn't have to come from just a single entity. It can be collaborative as well. but that is that first step to be able to apply for this, or submit a proposal rather.
And you also mentioned that there was grant funding, correct? That could be, we could apply for it, somebody could apply for it and fund this ambassador.
Correct, yes. There used to be federal grants from the EPA. At the moment, because of the different changes with the administration, I believe that is not available anymore. But it could potentially be funded partially by the USGS Cooperative Matching Fund, and we could also try to apply to other types of grants for this program.
So in terms of what you also said about, there's some people from the city that are kind of already collaborating on this. Would somebody from the climate office, strict maintenance, what would be the ideal candidate for this position? On the steering committee, I'm sorry.
Okay. As far as the city goes, for city council, or?
Yeah, somebody from the city manager's team, just so she kind of has an idea of what you're looking for to contribute to the steering committee.
Mm-hmm. So everyone involved in the steering committee essentially has more power as far as deciding what gets to be done for the program and the community. All the feedback, sharing, anything, suggestions, that is essentially a big part of it too. If you're active and engaged, that is what gets to be heard. And so these members would probably talk about not just funding, but talking a bit about deciding who the ambassador will be. After that, working on the proposal to submit to the EPA. And after that, once hopefully El Paso gets to be a location for the program, then figuring out what kind of projects can be done through the program to use these federal funding and resources that get to be leveraged for the local priorities.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And one thing that I noticed is that El Paso County is not in blue, and you went a few months ago and talked to them. So have they added somebody to the steering committee, or where are they in that process?
For the county, we, I would say we have members or active members from the county as far as the team from Commissioners Stout and Coronado. They are included in our email list. We do invite them to our meetings. Like I said, the last meeting we had was in the spring. We would like to schedule another meeting to update everyone involved and interested on the current progress that we've made, including the presentation that we had with the Commissioners Court, as well as this one to City Council, and then figure out who is still able to be part of the steering committee. Some individuals had to back down, unfortunately, because their organizations saw this work as part of community engagement and outreach, and they can no longer do that with the current administration. And so we need to have another meeting to be able to really assess and figure out who wants to commit their time and their energy and resources to be able to move forward with this program. And so having members from the county and the city not only shows support and interest to everyone else in the community that this is something being considered and taken seriously from the city and the council, but any updates, more information that the community can have from the county and the city side without having to attend other meetings or presentations, and to really just focus on those that are relevant and related to water issues for our community.
Okay, thank you. And well, I'll reach out to the county just to see how they're going to approach putting somebody on the steering committee, and then I'll ask Representative Boyer Trejo to get on an item with me in 2 weeks to direct the city manager to do the same thing. So thank you so much.
Perfect, thank you. And there isn't a process or anything formal to be part of the steering committee. It's really just contacting me, letting me know that you want to be more engaged and be more involved in this conversation. And I would just add you to our email list, and you would start getting those teams meeting invitations eventually. And we also have a public SharePoint where I upload guiding documents. We have recordings and notes from previous meetings that we've had. So it's just access to all the resources that we have for the program, for the ambassador position, and as well as the contact information from everyone currently interested in that email list.
Okay. Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor. Marika, thank you so much for coming in and giving this presentation. I have a few questions regarding the steering committee. Do you have a deadline as to when you want to have that formed?
I don't think we have a deadline established necessarily. Obviously, the sooner the better, just so that we can continue to move forward, especially since it's been a few months that we haven't really interacted with anyone else in the community. But yes, just the sooner the better. That way we can put that proposal together and be able to submit it to the EPA.
How many members in the steering committee is needed for you to be able to move forward?
There isn't a minimum number or requirement. It's really just who wants to be part of it, essentially. And from the current numbers that we've had, at least at least up until spring, we had 14 members in the steering committee. Okay. And our current email list is, I believe, 70 members.
Okay. And with your ambassadors, would this employee be part of the Urban Waters partnership, or who would that ambassador be with? Would it be with one of the entities that's part of the steering committee?
They would essentially be housed in one of those organizations, and then they would serve as a liaison with the EPA, with us, and the other community partners who want to be involved in the program.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you again.
Yes.
America, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you all.
All right, Council, we're coming up on a lunch break at 12:30. We have 6 additional items. It's your call.
I'd like to make a motion that we recess for lunch at this time.
Okay.
1 hour.
Okay. There's a motion to recess for lunch. There's a motion and a second. Okay.
There's a motion and a second to recess the city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
I'll take a roll call.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez? Representative Acevedo?
No.
Representative Maldonado Rocha? No. Representative Boyer Trejo? Representative Nino?
No.
Representative Pierro? Aye. Representative Canales? Representative Limon? Aye. Thank you. Representative Canales?
No.
Mayor, there is a tie. You can do 30 minutes if you don't want to recess the whole hour.
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries. Council, is this for 1 hour? 1 hour. Okay, this is for 1 hour. The council will reconvene at 1:30.
That's what you guys can do. We put it in there? Okay. Ms. Prime, we're ready to go.
Yes, sir. Council, is there a motion to reconvene? There's a motion and a second to reconvene the city council meeting. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? The meeting is back in session at 1:31 p.m. We're on page number 9, item number 24, and this is discussion and action on the results of the budget transfer audit A 2025-04.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Liz Delao for the record. So item 24 are the results of the budget transfer audit. This audit was accepted by FOAC at the August 28th meeting.
Move to accept the audit.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on this item?
Mayor, can we see the presentation, please? for
Sure.
the public?
Yep,
Thank
can
you.
we see the presentation?
Yes, of course. Okay, so the objectives of this audit were to determine if OMB had written policies and procedures for budget transfers, properly communicated and provided feedback to city departments, established budget transfer limits and approvals, and ensured city departments are providing proper documentation for budget transfers. Our scope was September 1st, 2024 to April 9th, 2025. And we looked at their procedures, the budget transfer process. We interviewed OMB personnel and reviewed budget transfers processed by OMB. So for this audit, we just had one finding, and the finding was that OMB does not have documented internal policies and procedures for processing and approving budget transfers specific to city department requests. OMB has an established process that staff follows, but the process was not documented at the time. So we just recommended that OMB should document internal policies and procedures specific to budget transfer processes. In response, OMB provided the different guidance that they have, such as the budget resolutions, the annual budget process. They also noted that their budget transfers get reviewed by external auditors. And we just would like to note that when they provided their management responses, they also provided their procedures for our recommendation. So in conclusion, they met the areas of communicating and providing feedback to city departments. They have established budget transfer limits. They're ensuring city departments are providing proper documentation for budget transfers. They have a process in place to ensure the accuracy and completeness of budget transfers. They only lacked the comprehensive policies and procedures for budget transfers, but they did provide that before the conclusion of the audit. So we are just requesting that you accept the results of the budget transfer audit.
Okay. Representative Limon?
Liz, I'm wondering, did they have any budget transfers prior to the audit?
Budget transfer procedures?
Transfers. Actual budget transfers.
Yes,
Movement
we
of money.
selected a sample of budget transfers.
Okay, but they were not in a process that's established by the city. Is that what it means?
They had processes in place, but they were just not documented. So
Oh,
there
I
are
see.
established processes.
Oh,
Yes.
see. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, any additional questions on this audit? All right, Ms. Bryan, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez to accept the results on item 24. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo? You're on mute, sir.
We can't hear you, Representative Acevedo. Maybe you can give us, can you?
The voting session is open.
Aye.
Thank
There we
you.
go.
Aye.
Representative Trejo? Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. Representative Fierro not present. Item 25 is discussion and action on the results of the streets and maintenance permits review follow-up audit A 2025-06.
Move to accept the results of the permits follow-up.
Okay. We'll take a look at the presentation.
Okay. Liz Delao for the record. Okay. So the scope and objectives of this audit was to ensure that corrective action was taken by management to address the recommendations identified in the original audit report dated July 10th, 2023. Okay, our scope was September 1st, 2024 to March 1st, 2025. We reviewed AECOM's assessment of streets and maintenance's permitting process, reviewed streets and maintenance policies and procedures related to the permitting process. We reviewed the City of El Paso Municipal Code to identify whether updates had occurred, and we reviewed streets and maintenance methods for keeping track of permits that require inspections. For the first finding we were following up on, it was streets and maintenance did not have policies and procedures specific to the permitting function of the department. In our current observation, we identified that SAM did have draft documents of the procedures in place, but they're going through another assessment by the external, an external vendor named AECOM. So they're still in the process of finalizing those procedures into a single document, and their estimated completion date will be December 2025. For finding 2, the original finding was that El Paso Municipal Code did not reflect SAM operations. SAM was taking an average of 5 working days to issue a permit, which is 4 days longer than required by municipal code. So our current observation is that the code has not been updated to reflect SAM operations, but the consultants also recommended that the same action be taken, and they have additional recommendations for the municipal code update, so that will be in place by December 2025 as well. For finding 3, SAM is not consistently conducting inspections before closing out a permit. For the current observation, we noted that SAM has developed a pre-construction and inspection checklist to inspect sites before a permit is closed out, and a weekly permit and inspection report has been developed to keep track of the inspections completed, inspections failed, and inspector statistics. So in conclusion, SAM met the audit objectives as follows. They're working to finalize their policies and procedures for the permitting process. They're working to revise the municipal code, and they developed a checklist and weekly report to keep track of permits that require inspections. So our requested action is for you to accept the results of the streets and maintenance permits review follow-up audit.
Representative Limon.
Liz, on page 5, where we were talking about the requirement, or the code calls for 1 day, and it was taking 5. On the current observation on the very bottom, does that mean that adjusting the municipal code is going to mean that the number of days it requires to issue out a permit is going to increase, or will that remain the same?
It should increase to reflect their operations. 1 day is not feasible for the department.
Any idea what is, based on your audit?
At the time, it was taking them 5 days. So I don't know if they've streamlined the process even further, but when we conducted the review, it was 5 days.
Okay. So at one time, 1 day was established, but then maybe the department has grown and there's so many other things that meeting the 1 day timeline isn't feasible at this time. So that's what this consultant is going to review and bring back to whom? To streets and maintenance?
To City Council, ma'am. So
To
we
City
have
Council.
an auditor that we brought on board to help us to look at not only all the policies and procedures, but all the steps that we're taking. One of the things they noticed during the process was we don't necessarily even have a complete application process within 1 year. And so when we bring back those ordinances, we'll also provide the background and the recommendations that this firm has brought forward, and that was requested by POVAC as well.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
And Liz, on that same slide, the 5 working days, in your work product, do you know the sample set of how many were sampled to come up with that number? Was it thousands, or was it?
The sample was 25, but I don't know what the population was.
Okay. Okay. Any additional questions for Liz? Representative Limon?
I think it's in the backup, the permit issuance. A sample of 25 permits issued were selected for review.
Okay.
And the sample was selected using a random number generator. 6 out of the 25 permits selected were extensions on previously issued permits, and 8 did not have an application date. That's what they picked out on that sampling.
Thank you. Are any additional questions for Liz? Okay, Ms. Bryan?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez to accept the results on item number 5. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. End the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take number 26.
Yes, sir. Item 26 is discussion and action to approve the El Paso County 911 District FY 2025-2026 budget as presented by Scott Calderwood.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name is Scott Calderwood. I am the Executive Director of the El Paso County 911 District. We are here because of our statutory requirement to bring you guys our budget for your review and approval. I have had the opportunity to meet with almost all of you and go over the budget. We do have a little bit of a shortfall this year, but we've got some long-term plans to kind of try and take care of that. We are continuing to partner with the city to provide excellent 911 service. We are excited about what's happening in the future with 911, with technologies and with AI and the things that we're being able to provide for the citizens. You guys have had an opportunity to take a look at that and speak with me. If nobody has any questions, I don't have any more.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, and Representative Canales?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Calderwood. I didn't have the opportunity to meet with you this year. I apologize. We couldn't get it on the calendar quite in time, but I reviewed your budget, and I think you all run one of the finest ships, if not in the state, then in the whole country. So, top-notch facility, and always happy with the performance that I see from you all year in and year out. And again, slightly troubling to see, especially a drop in revenue, but I think you all will be okay.
Thanks,
and,
sir.
Please let us know in the interim if the district runs into any trouble. I think it's something that's a priority for myself, I would imagine, for the rest of the council.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Any additional questions? Representative Limon?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Unfortunately, I did not get a presentation, so all that I'm able to do is review the backup that's in here. Hopefully we can meet at a future date so that you can bring me up to the budget and the balance of any discrepancies that might be taking place. Thank you, sir.
Scott, thank you. Any additional questions for Scott? All right, Ms. Bryan?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro, seconded by Representative Canales, and this is to approve the item on item 26. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take item number 27.
Item 27 and 28 are related. Would you like me to read them together? Thank you. Item
Yes, please.
27 is discussion and action on a resolution to authorize the mayor to sign a certificate of approval of the highest elected official in conjunction with a proposed issuance by the Alameda Public Facilities Corporation, a public facility of the Housing Authority of the City of El Paso, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $12 million for the following residential rental project at South Mesa Hills 1. Item 28 is discussion and action on a resolution to authorize and approve a no objection resolution of the City Council confirming that the City Council has no objection to the proposed South Mesa Hills 1 residential rental project development by Alameda Public Facilities Corporation, located at and along the west side of South Mesa Hills Drive, just south of its intersection with Bluff Trail Lane, El Paso, and authorizing, empowering, and directing the city clerk to certify the resolution to the Texas Department of Housing and Urban Affairs.
Representative Canales?
First off, move to approve.
Okay. Okay.
And then just, I'll remind the council, this is the project that the council already awarded points on in the competitive 9% process, and then also approved a rezoning for the property, on the property for this project. And so nothing has changed aside from the project continuing to progress, if that's correct. Okay. So happy to support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Representative Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. And we didn't receive any briefing, or there's no backup as I understand it. So I do have a few questions.
Yes,
what percentage of these units will be affordable?
Because the federal tax code requires that at least 40% of the units be reserved for families that are at or below 60% of the area median income in El Paso.
But you don't have a number?
I haven't done the math. It's 40% of 64,
Sir, may I have
25,
your-
26.
Sir, may I have your name for the record?
My name is William Avila. I'm a partner in the law firm of Bracewell in the San Antonio office, and our firm serves as a bond counsel to home.
And I appreciate you being here. There's a lot of us new on council, and we weren't here to those discussions that occurred last year. And so this is why I'm asking for more information. And because there's no backup and we didn't receive any type of briefing, I just want to see what I'm voting on today.
Absolutely.
I appreciate the information.
I'm glad to be here.
Thank you.
Shelley Rivas, for the record, I'm in-house counsel for home. All of the units are affordable.
And how many is that in total?
There's 64 in the second phase and 40 in the first, so 104 total.
104. Okay. So what portion of the development does this 12 million represent?
This represents, of the total cost, it's about half of it. There's the 4% tax credit program that Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs administers. There's tax credits going to be assigned to this project. That tax credit dollars comes in as equity to the project. It's not debt, it never has to be paid back. But to get that tax credit, at least 50% of the rehab costs have to be paid for with tax-exempt bonds. And so this 12 million is to satisfy that 50% ratio test.
Okay.
And those are awarded by the IRS.
Okay, so when will the next phase come through, do you think?
On these two projects, this is it.
Okay. And I don't know who can answer this question. How many 4% projects are in the city currently right now, the city of El Paso?
I want to say, I'm just looking at historically what we've done for home. And I want to say there's like 40, 48 of the properties are tax credit and tax exempt bond.
Okay. And of those 48, those are all completed projects
Yes,
that
ma'am.
you've represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And a little bit of historical background.
Okay, that would be nice.
Several years ago, HUD did an analysis of what it would take to rehabilitate, renovate all the public housing throughout the United States. And it was going to take a $200 billion appropriation from the U.S. Congress. In El Paso, it was going to take $2 billion just for El Paso. And so HUD came up with a program to say, you know what, we'll keep owning the land, but we'll give the housing authorities the ability to sell off the improvements and go into the tax-exempt bond market and the tax credit market to raise private dollars to pay for all that rehab. Of all the housing authorities in the U.S., the El Paso Housing Authority was the only one that went in 100% for all their units. So they've converted them from what statutorily was called public housing to now rental assistance housing. So there's housing vouchers that HUD grants to every tenant. And part of the program was anybody that was public housing could never get kicked out, and they cannot get out of any of these properties. And so the first deal we did was for 125 million of tax exempt bonds for 15 properties, and that was 1,600 units, individual units. And we've since done over 20 of these now through the 4% program. So it's the entire inventory of what used to be public housing in El Paso is now affordable housing.
So what percentage of what you represent do you do in El Paso?
I'm sorry, in what sense? We work with the housing authority.
Yes, and you're managing the bond, right?
We're making sure the bonds are legal.
Okay.
The bond market, the bond buyers won't buy them unless we deliver an opinion that they're legal, valid, and binding, and that the interest earned on the bonds is tax exempt. Without those two opinions, nobody in the country will buy these bonds. And so there's a whole set of steps that the housing authority, the city has to go through to borrow money. So we oversee that process. And then to make them tax exempt, and that's why we're here today. This is part of the IRS requirement.
And this is one development, right? But
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
participating in other developments?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
We have 2 more that we're working on right now
In El Paso?
in El Paso.
Okay.
Yes.
And what other cities do you represent?
San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Harris County, Bexar County. And then we have several smaller communities around the state that we represent.
Okay. When will this development be completed? What is the timeline on the project?
Currently, the place in service date is December of 2026.
Okay. And is there any financial risk involved in this development or any other types of risk that you know of?
Not to the city. If the project doesn't cash flow, the bondholders can ask the trustee to foreclose on the property and take them over. But the way these are set up, because of the tax credit, the debt on it is only about half of what the project is worth. And so they should cash flow.
So no financial risk at this time that you know of?
None at all to the city, and actually none at all to Home either, because it's a subsidiary of Home that will own it.
And the total investment for this project, do you have that number?
It's like 25 million.
25 million? For both phases combined? Okay. So this is the second part and the final one then?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that I understand it? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
I got it right, okay. Okay, let me just check my notes here. There is no private investment on this, right?
No, the private investment comes from, there's private companies that buy the tax credits, and so they own the tax credits, and they get, the cash came into the project as cash, but they get a write-off on their federal income tax for the difference that they paid.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That answers my questions. I appreciate your time today.
Representative Limon.
Thank you, Mr. Avila, for being here today. Over the last 12 years, I have seen an incredibly dramatic, positive change in what once was considered public housing. From the complete changes at the Kennedys to other locations, it's a very well-run project with excellent leadership. And so when I think of the board members, I think of Dr. Ana Perez, who's so committed to the work that she does with this, Jerry Sishan also, and now to see Shelley also with Home after a year or so, and for you to be here. Thank you very much, because it really has improved the quality of life for many people. If everyone could get in, we'd be looking at, 10,000 people, 10,000 additional units, but we go as far as we can, and now that in reality, then it's almost like ownership of the structures now becomes Home, and maintaining them and keeping them up to par. That's something that we can do very well in our community. So thank you for being here.
Can I add one? Part of the process we had to go through just to get the approval from HUD, you had to do a phase 1 environmental study on every property. And if it was clean, it was okay. If it was dirty, you had to clean it. And also in the process, in the building standards, they've upgraded all the utilities, they got rid of lead-based paint, asbestos, and so they're more environmentally friendly. And then we had some properties that had 7-bedroom apartments. And with smaller family sizes, you're able to convert those so you have more units in some of them.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation. Any additional questions? All right. Hearing none, seeing none. Ms. Prime?
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Canales, seconded by Alternate Mayor Pro Tem Fierro to approve items 27 and 28.
Ms. Prime, just real quick, I noticed we had someone sign up for public comment. Are
Ms.
we?
Turner signed up, sir, but she left.
Okay.
On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. In the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously.
Okay, let's take item number 29.
Yes, sir. Item 29 is discussion and action on a resolution authorizing a budget transfer for $3.6 million of unspent bond proceeds from the 2018 Capital Project Fund 4743 to the Debt Service Fund 1100 related to the Certificates of Obligation Series 2021C.
Good afternoon, Robert.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. This is the item that was postponed for 2 weeks. We're bringing this item back, and again, requesting council approval to transfer that $3.6 million out of the Capital Project Fund and into the Debt Service Fund. I believe that we've addressed the issue with the project at the Veterans Recreation Center. So I don't know if Yvette or
Yeah, I'll
somebody else
cover
would
it.
speak on the project.
So, as you know, we were having a discussion regarding how to get the veterans pool reopened. It closed in the summer. We were right now slated to be closed for at least a year. So one of the reasons why the representative put the item forward last time was to ensure that we could have a complete project. The building is very old. It requires several upgrades. And so since we met with you last, we've done an assessment. We would want to invest another $500,000 to help us get up to a state of good repair. That would include fire suppression system, which is old and aging. We also need rehab of the bathrooms. That's only about $45,000. It's really just sealing some of the concrete. It needs a new HVAC system. And we also need to be able to address some of the lighting that is not humidity resistant and very old. And so those things would be in combination with the roof work that we already had slated, as well as the paint job and the plumbing work that was already underway. One of the things we wanted to ensure, as we've talked about before, is that we figure out how to have pay go and pay cash and utilize our facilities funds to be able to really take care of some of these maintenance issues rather than have it be debt issued with interest. And so this is one of the good examples that I think we took the advantage during the budget process to put some additional dollars within a facilities plan that allows us to get this work done and also hold to the other commitments of deferred maintenance that we have across the city.
Okay.
And I did share that list with the representative.
Okay, Representative Trejo.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank my fellow council members for allowing this to be postponed or deleted. You know, I was looking at exploring other funding options, but with what Ms. Dion has shared, I am supporting this transfer. Thank you so much.
Would you like to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
There's a motion, a second. Does anyone want to see the 3-page presentation?
And then also, along with the amount that was adopted as part of the budget for facilities, the amount we did add with the council action at the last meeting, the additional $900,000, so there's more than enough based on the additional funds added into the facility improvements to be able to cover this.
Okay. Any additional questions for Robert on this item? All right, hearing none, seeing none. Ms. Prime, call for the vote.
Yes, sir. The motion was made by Representative Boyer Trejo, seconded by Representative Limon. Thank you. This is to approve the resolution on item 29. On that motion, call for the vote. Representative Acevedo?
Aye.
Thank you. End the voting session, and that motion passes unanimously. That brings us to the end of the agenda.
Okay. There's a motion and a second.
There's a motion and a second to adjourn the regular city council meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? And the regular city council meeting for Tuesday, September 16th, 2025 is adjourned at 2:01 p.m.
All right, thank you, everyone.